Summoner's Rift. Seconds until minions spawn.
That you can't be doing different operations on any of those cores. They all have to be doing the exact same operation at the same time. So the huge shaders, if you use them incorrectly and just think, oh, I'm going to handle each pixel and branch differently on each pixel based on if it's fire or water or whatever parameters I give it. You have to be smart, those god shaders, and make sure you're handling like a whole model in a pretty specific way so you don't do too much branching. Or too much, divergent branching, I guess. If everything branches the same way, then it'll still be efficient. I never quite got to the point where that came into play, but it's fun to learn about.
Yeah. That would be cool.
Plus it's fun because you deal with these algorithms, and even if you make like a shit algorithm, it does some kind of weird shit on the screen, you know?
Yeah, it's always fun to see it like that, right?
Yeah. You don't just see a bunch of rogue text, you see like something weird you didn't expect from kind of cool. And I wanna over here, but I don't want to just complain to Paula and be like, "Oh, your internet sucks. You think you can get some better internet?"
Yeah.
But I looked online and like, I don't really know what to look for to figure out what internet brands are in the area.
I think you guys just have one, right? Usually
Well,
it's just like one.
Yeah, I mean, unless you're way out there, usually you got at least two options.
Yeah.
But I don't really know how you find that, because I guess like you're hooked up to the current one, and then like the other one will come by at some point and try to market it to you or something. If you get a flyer or something, I guess that's how you switch. I don't know. I just want to see how the options.
There used to be one out here, and then Verizon started doing it, and they would flyer everywhere like, oh, you can get Verizon instead. And it's actually way better, like so much better.
Oh yeah.
I'm never going back. Dude, my old internet actually sucked. I couldn't even play during internet rush hour, like at 9 p.m.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, when it was uptown.
But I guess what I'm saying though, I'd rather like basically solve the problem and then just run a fire. I'll split it with you, whatever.
Yeah.
Plus she's like not a tech person, so she's not probably not on her own gonna really figure out what's better than. If it weren't for the video games, it'd be good enough, because like I just needed to zoom well enough and download some things occasionally.
Right.
For work. I'm talking to you, it's working just fine.
Yeah, it's actually been great all night. It's funny because it wasn't the other night. You were breaking up a lot, but now it's actually pretty good.
It must be the time of day. I bet you it's like Netflix hour in the evening, you know? It's only 10:44. Oh, nice.
I know. It feels a lot later, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I guess I didn't really do any work today. So that's probably why.
I actually ended up doing more than I expected to today. I got 4 Trello docs cleaned up, like 8 Trello items. Pretty good. Pretty good. And there were good fixes too. It wasn't just hard coding bullshit like last time.
Yes.
Yeah. Hopefully they generalize. I mean, I don't know, I stick fund in that function and I hope it generalizes. I have no idea.
It's pretty funny.
Yeah. I'll honestly rewrite it all from scratch eventually. It'll be totally worth it.
Thing is, when is eventually though?
Yeah.
An
Like,
enemy has been slain.
do you have anything they've run past you of like what you're gonna do next?
I think it's just this till the end of time. Just this.
Presumably it'll change in the new year. But maybe not though. You guys always got party stuff. You gotta hope that we don't get any new clients for a couple months, huh?
Yeah. Man, like our doc set is growing like crazy, right?
Yeah. I only added like 15 new ones on this last one, but
Oh yeah.
somebody else added like 20 and it was like 100 before that.
Oh shit.
And then before that was like 1,000. Charles added like so many.
Yeah. I was like, from where? Are they actually all new?
I think there were some duplicates. I think you got rid of most of them.
Yeah,
The
I run my
IG
script every
400
once in
or
a while.
what?
I just ran that again this week, the little cleanup script, because I'm like, a bunch of shit's been added. I'm gonna make sure there's no dupes.
Especially since a lot of the new additions are different versions of the documents. So like, it's really annoying that not only do you have like fortive, I added fortive, and we already have like 4 of those, and the
Yeah.
new one's just a different date, right? So
I've seen if it's from like the client themselves versus like Legal Insider, the format will be slightly different. Like it'll be missing a watermark or something at the top of each page, and then I'll change the MD5 hash too. So it's like, well, damn, how do we tell that these are the same document? I guess you could look at like the borrower, the date, and the document title. That'd probably be it. Like, oh, if it's adaptive and it's on this exact day and it's the 4th amended and restated, blah blah blah, then like, yeah, they're probably the same document.
how is that? Does that make sense to you? I'm confused as how that counts as the document title.
Well, how many deals are happening on the same day that are named the same thing? Like,
Yeah, but I mean, like, why is 4th amended and restated? Why is that considered the title?
well, that's like what the document is. It's the 4th version of whatever agreement was initiated on whatever date.
I guess, but like, what if you just have a different, like, instead of amended, what if you just have a brand new one?
Then I think it'd just be a new deal, right? It's not the same deal. It's not an update to the same deal that was made.
But then what's the difference between them as far as like the title? Like, it'd just be credit agreement again, but it would be a different credit agreement than
Yeah.
the one on the other day?
You have to remember, yeah, on the same day, it's pretty unlikely to have 2 brand new credit agreements with the same borrower on the same day.
Yeah, I suppose so.
But you're right, that it's not like, I mean, if you're being a perfectionist about it, it's pretty bad.
I suppose they probably just never do that, though. Although, would they? Like, I don't know. What if you had 2 different things going for your company? They're the same borrower, it's the same lender, but they're 2 different loans for presumably 2 different things, but they're on the same day. It seems possible. I guess it would be a different transaction, but our loan docs, they're all separate transactions per document, right? So
Yeah.
maybe we should really. That's I don't even know what to do about that. Because technically, this amended and all that shit, it's just a new document version, right? Technically, it's the same transaction, but we put them
Yeah.
all in separately. So I guess that's part of the confusion.
That doesn't mean document version in the way that we use document version, though. Like for Namu, document version is when you upload the exact same document twice.
Okay.
Which doesn't make any sense to me, but that's how it is. So.
Yeah. Would be just same transaction, different document ID then?
No, document version has to be a re-upload of the exact same file, like same MD5 hash.
That's the dvid component, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the did component though, would that be like, this is the,
I think
we
that
have
just
the
always
third.
goes up.
We've had the third amendment. Now this is the fourth one. Is that the next?
I don't think those are tied together in any way that I've seen. I don't think we even upload the old ones. Do we even have any that are like, we usually just have the latest one. Because usually the latest one is the current version of it, right? Like that's, you know, the most corrected version, the truth version of that deal, right?
Yeah.
Why would we want to use an outdated one? It makes no sense.
I don't know, but it seems to me like we have those.
I don't think so. I think we mostly use the latest, but I don't know, I could be wrong.
I just think we use both. They're just in twice, but I don't know.
Maybe. I haven't seen any like that offhand in server test, but maybe.
It seems to me that we don't really have the versioning under control in the first place.
Yeah. But I think the versioning was for Nell for like document construction, not for the amendment and restated versions.
So it's more like you're working on creating a deal, so you have multiple versions because you're iterating on it.
Exactly.
But then the actual like signed deal.
I think the signed deal technically has multiple versions, but like only the latest one is relevant. The latest one has all the information from every version, I think, because it's like it's a full restatement of the document with each one. So I think you only need to look at the latest. But I don't know.
Wouldn't that just be the amended thing though? Like the second amended whatever, isn't that what you're talking about?
Yeah, that's the whole document, right? The second amended and restated is it's still the full document. I don't think you need to look at the past ones. They're not missing any information. You would only possibly get wrong information, I think, by looking at an older version. Like a third amended when there's a fourth available.
I'm not sure.
Don't quite know.
What I definitely don't like is that Minna's been doing like, oh yeah, it's just imported this result, right? And it's like, well, we have 5 of those, so like, which one?
Yeah.
It's funny, Aaron was like, oh man, you should have waited for me, because like, I just went into a game. And then the other guys kicked me because my ping was so bad. And then I'm like, dude, you don't want to play a game for me right now. There's one difference between feature 1 and feature 2 in sustainability like zones, and that's that I regroup the section. Wait, is that right? Yeah, I put in the sec refs, I changed the section part to its clause. Technically in feature 1 you do see potentially different results. That's funny. No idea if that should be in feature 2 or not. I don't know.
I hate when we get deviations like that.
Yeah.
I'm like, well,
Personally too, I think it's like kind of impossible to track after a while. I'm not really sure like who's proving that change, why I don't even remember making that change.
An ally has been
I can kill this guy in about 1.5 seconds once my ult's ready. Oh, but he's got package, doesn't he? Oh, he doesn't have package, but he's got jump though. Same difference. Also, Warwick left bottom, so he might be coming up for me. Although he should go get dragon. Nice, we got the bounty right before it fell off. Like I could flip E, ignite the Corki, but he's got no shutdown. It's probably not worth it. Could save ultimate to escape if Warwick comes. But he's missing. I think he's probably helping at dragon. Like Warwick was bot side, Corki's gone. He's probably about to help at dragon and then realizes I need to. I'm not jumping on that because Warwick is like that direction. Could maybe try to get Riven. Oh damn, she just got that off just in time. Graves could maybe move up together. I don't think she was staying fight. Ah, Caitlyn's shoving mid too. This kind of sucks.
I got a new computer because the old one was getting errors, like just crashing.
Oh yeah.
And the other day, after I ran my shifts, I got up in the morning and I looked in the, or no, yeah, I got the package up and stuff, and the computer wasn't on. And I'm like, huh. So I was like, what to turn it on, and it took a while. And it booted up, and then it said that it hit some kind of a panic state and crashed the machine. And I'm like, oh, that's great. So, I don't know. That's the first time, and I've had this computer now for 3 months. So, hopefully, it's a one-off, but it's like, to an extent, Mac is not invulnerable to errors.
No, I've had mine crash a few times too.
Is it ever explainable, or is it just like
No.
the same thing? Just like panic state 1?
Yeah. I think you can click details and see a lot more details, but it's not really that helpful. It's kind of like, well,
It's all cryptic, yeah.
yeah, no use looking at that.
I bought a TV stand for this TV gun,
Oh, nice.
which was nice, but it was literally the cheapest one they had. And after I put it together, and oh yeah, 2 of the washers that they gave me were the wrong size. So like, there's a certain part of it, there's like 8 bolts that you put on, and 2 of them don't have washers because like they gave me the wrong size. I'm like, nice, China. So anyways, I stood it up, and the legs are rated for 100 pounds, which is obviously way more than TV weighs, so it should be totally fine. But they don't have like a crossbar on the legs, so when I stood it up, it's like they kind of shimmy because they're under tension, I was like, okay, that's why it was $17.
An enemy has been slain.
Warwick's dead. We can go. Let's do this. Chase him down. Wow, that was close. I almost missed my... Oh, I did miss RT. That was a shutdown. I was waiting for ult for that shutdown actually. I was like, oh, I shouldn't ult the Corki. He has no shutdown, and Caitlyn does. So we made it. We made it work. I'll farm this wave and then go back. Oh, Corki's recalling too. That's nice. No Warwick symbol, so I don't think. Oh shit, he's bottom.
So they
I can't
just,
even make
like,
it in time.
disconnected bars that hook up on either side on the basic one.
Disconnected bars for what?
TV. I sent you a couple of pictures.
Oh. Let me see. Whoa. Oh, that's crazy looking. What? That's pretty cool though. Looks like a little person.
Yeah, right? It's funny, it's just little feet. Little legs. So it's funny that white box inside is not a TV stand or a couch table. It's actually the water pump for the house. So like, if you take all this stuff off, you can lift the top of it up and it's the water, there's a water pump in there. Kind of funny. It's annoying because you can't move it, you know, it's part of the fixture or whatever. But, as long as you're cool with the couch being as it is, that means there's a TV stand. I haven't really used the TV in a few months, but now that I have it on the stand, I think hopefully it'll make the Wi-Fi signal a little better.
Nice.
It was having low signal, but I think it might be because I was hugging the wall, just leaning against it, and it was further down closer to that water pump. So I'm hoping that it'll just be a solid connection there.
Yeah.
It was super annoying too because we were putting the password in for the Wi-Fi, and of course, like, there's a couple options and she wasn't sure which one was the right one. And it kept saying like invalid credentials or something like that. And what was actually happening was that wherever we had it placed, it didn't have a good enough Wi-Fi connection to connect. And I'm like, for fuck's sake, dude, just say like, you know, couldn't verify the connection or something. Don't tell me that I put the wrong password in. You gotta do it remote, you know? So like you're clicking, and here you put the right password in, and it just can't connect with Wi-Fi.
That's crazy. That's like most apps I know will just say incorrect password. Like Namu did that too. If the app is crashed, it just says incorrect password.
Yeah.
When the backend's not running, it's like so dumb.
Yeah. I guess it's kind of a security thing, right? Like, if anyone's like kind of spoofing it or something, you want it to be dumb about its response to it.
Yeah.
But you also kind of want to know that it's like I actually can't see. That'd be kind of useful. There's one of those like internet things I read that I think you sent me. Somebody talking about like internet security or something. And one way you can make your website way more secure is rather than trying to do a bunch of complicated like security protocol stuff, you can just change all the response codes to like things that don't make sense. And like 99% of malicious actors out there will just pass, and like if it gets a 500 error for the wrong password or something, it'll just be like, oh, this website doesn't even work. We won't even bother trying to steal its information.
That's amazing.
So, yeah, if you do shit like that.
slain. Enemy double kill.
I don't know if I already said this tonight, but I was, I'm pissed about this mouse keyboard thing. And I threw my other keyboard on the ground, or not threw it, but I just set it on the ground. So I'm like, fuck this. So I don't really mind my old one. It was just old, so I picked it up. So I'm like, oh, and then I looked at it, and it's like caked with the most grody stuff in between all the keys from 20 years of use. And I'm like, yeah, I don't even want to clean that one. I do just need a new keyboard. Too much gamer splooge. Can't clean that up. Caked. Stained.
I've been cleaning mine up pretty regularly. Like every few months now, I'll take all the keycaps off, put them in dish soap.
Really? These keys come off. See that? Do you hear my keys in the background?
No, do you hear mine? I turned my compression up again because otherwise it's super quiet. Even with max input gain, it's really quiet without compression on, but then the compression brings out the keyboard keys too, so it's like you gotta find the sweet spot, but I don't really mess with it a whole lot.
Thing is, Aaron was complaining the other night, and I just heard your wife in the background. I didn't even hear your keys. So, he's got like I don't know what you call that, but he's like sensitive to auditory information or something.
Yeah. Well, it's good to know because like I'll turn the compression down if that's the case.
Yeah, I mean, if you can get it dialed in, that's good. But I wouldn't stress it too much either. Aaron's just kind of a bitch about it. It's whatever, but it just annoys me. It's like, dude, you're okay, just deal with it. It's not that big of a deal. It's a little clicky in the background.
Yeah.
You'd hear more of it if you're in the same room. Yeah. Oh, I guess if you're actually playing League right now, then I haven't heard your keys at all.
Oh, nice. That must be set up pretty good then.
Is Nikki talking in the background? Because I haven't heard her in a long time either.
No, she's not talking tonight.
Oh, okay.
Trying to get like the noise gate. I have a noise gate on the Streamlabs. I also have a noise gate on my Me Bops up here. I could probably turn this up to like, what do I got it on over here?
I guess I do
Minus
hear your
20?
mouse when you're talking.
Okay. Oh yeah,
But-
when I'm talking that makes sense.
Yeah, but it doesn't bother me.
Wait, I have the noise gate now at minus 20 and it still seems fine. Oh wait.
Probably tap on your keys, I guess, when you're doing it. It doesn't really matter though, because once the noise gate's on, it's gonna either capture your keystrokes or not when you're talking, right?
Yeah.
So that's funny. Oh, okay.
Wanna do gonna sound like garbage for a second.
Yeah.
My program made 5 copies of the same thing and I can't remember which is which. Let's see. Most downloaded.
Use a boom mic or do you have a headset?
I have a boom mic. That sounds like crap unless you have a preset for it.
Yeah.
I think this is the one I like. Yeah. Oh. Okay, now it should sound better, but then I also like to change this one up. Like, I mean, actually, it's kind of how I like it already.
Sounds fine.
Oh yeah, I turned the Can't edit this. Software sucks, man.
Man, the Valve Index VR kit is $1,000.
Oh, that's cheap, man.
Really?
The new Facebook one, the Meta Quest Pro or whatever, is $1,500. And then if
Oh,
you want like haptic gloves, that's going to be another like $500. And if you want like a running track, that's like $1,500. And like if
I
you want
could
the
see
full VR
that being
setup, it's
expensive.
probably like $5,000.
Wow.
But it's cool if you have the full setup. It's actually sick. But even just we have like the $250 headsets, and it's actually like really super immersive. You'd be surprised.
Yeah.
We'll bring them
Yeah.
to Minnesota next time we come.
Yeah.
It's super cool.
Actually, I really need to get the passport port thing and all that going. Because I got pulled over the other day. And they're like, is this your current address? And I'm like, oh no, I guess it's not. I didn't think it was a big deal. And then the guy's like, technically that's illegal. You really need to change that. Like, how long have you been living at this other place? I'm like, I don't know, like 6 months. And he's like, yeah, you have a month to change it. And then it's illegal. And I'm like, oh. So apparently I might have an invalid license right now, technically. Which, I don't know. I mean, I kind of get it, but at the same time, it's kind of weird because my living situation's kind of off the books anyway. So it's like, I don't know. Like, what do you do if you're homeless?
Yeah.
I guess there's some kind of special thing you do then, but I don't know. My cousin, I don't know that he's like technically homeless, but he's been getting deals like through his church and stuff, living at different people's houses and that kind of a thing. Because he's still not really making any money doing his Hollywood stuff. You know, he'll be a millionaire if he sells one of these projects, but until then, he's completely broke. It's like, oh man, good luck. Uh, but he just found out he gets like food stamps and stuff because he doesn't technically have any real income. It's like he lives in California, so they have tons of that, kind of stuff. He's like, man, I wish I would have figured this out years ago because like I could have been eating for free for the last 6 years. Like, what the fuck, dude?
Damn.
It's kind of funny though, because like, the politics stuff, um, California being liberal, so they have probably a lot more programs or whatever, more funding for that kind of stuff. But then at the same time, because they have like Hollywood and like these liberal industries are also like mega capitalist, where at least to the point where you're either like broke or, you're like a starving artist or you're a millionaire. There's like not much in between.
Yeah, that's kind of how New York feels too. You can go to Brooklyn where there's a bunch of starving artists, or you can be like a rich finance lawyer, bro, and like be living in a high rise.
Yeah.
It's a super like two worlds.
But those starving artists aren't starving the second that they actually become marketable, right?
Yeah.
Well,
Oh, there's some rich
maybe
artists too, for sure. Like if
depends, I
you,
guess.
I mean, I've seen there's this like TikTok guy who goes and he's like, "How much do you pay in rent or whatever?" and then sees their apartments. There's a ton of people who are like, "Oh, I'm just an artist," and they have like the hugest freaking super nice place, like a giant kind of. Yeah, they could have rich parents. That's the case for a lot of them, but a lot of them actually do make good money. Like if you're a renowned artist in the area and your works are being used at festivals or whatever, I don't know.
30 seconds
I think it's like a what do you call it? Like a fat tail distribution of income when it comes to being an artist.
Yeah, I think that is just part of the arts. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just the same thing with writers. I listen to this guy. He's got a podcast. His name's Andrew Clavin, and he writes. He's a writer, so he writes books. But he's written some like scripts too, because he kind of like he didn't even really want to be in the movie industry, but you know he wrote some good books or whatever. So then somebody wanted to make a movie out of it, and then he wrote a few scripts for movies or books at least, and they did really well, or some of them did anyways. Um, so he's like, I don't know how well off he is, but he crossed that threshold from starving artist to like, oh, now all of a sudden he's making millions of dollars, you know?
Yeah.
And he's a conservative guy, so now he's like blacklisted from Hollywood. And I think he made enough money where he's fine anyway. But you know, he works at the Daily Wire, so he does. I'm sure he does well for them. But he talks about that kind of stuff, and he's like, yeah, I don't recommend anybody get into writing books unless you're really passionate about it or it's just a hobby and you treat it that way,
Yeah.
because you're not going to sell any of them.
No, you have to be famous already, then write a book. Is how you do it.
Yeah,
It's like supplemental income for people who are already famous. And the hard part is just getting famous.
Yeah.
Like going viral with a book is the same as going viral with a podcast or music or whatever, but like the trick is going viral.
yeah, and that's kind of where he's at now, I think. He did write some books that sold well in the past, so I think he kind of got to that level anyway, which is really hard to do. So I guess he's considered a good writer by virtue of having sold books. But now, of course, he's got a podcast on the Daily Wire, so he's got a big following there. So when he writes his new book, he's instantly got 1 million people listening to his podcast who are probably going to buy his book, right? So, like my mom bought his latest books, and I read one of them, and it was alright. I don't know. If it wasn't, that's the thing, if it wasn't for the fact that he's already famous, like I wouldn't have bought his book on the shelf, you know? Like,
Yeah.
you see those shelves in like Target or something. I guess somebody's buying them, but like me personally, I don't want to read like some random B grade book, you know? Like,
Right.
even like, you know, Isaac Asimov, like I'm glad I read it, but it wasn't even like a lot of several of those books weren't really amazing either. You know? And those are like by one of the preeminent sci-fi writers, so like I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I read Dune or whatever. It's like it's the most highly acclaimed sci-fi book. I'm like, I don't know, it's just all right. Got religion in it, bro. That means it's deep. It's like, yeah, if you're like 12, I don't know. I was reading a critique of sci-fi books online, and they said that's the problem with all sci-fi books is like they're deep if you're like a teenager, and it's like I wonder why it's hard to go deeper than that. Like, I don't know.
It's I don't know, like probably like philosophy, right? Like, I mean, even like Nietzsche in his time was like, he got like a stipend from the college that he worked at for a decade or something like that. And he wrote these books, and like basically nobody read them. And this is back when like people would read books too, you know? So like nobody read his books really. And he's kind of a failure on that end. And then he got syphilis and went crazy. And then decades later, the Nazis picked it up, and at some point people decided that he's like the nihilist guy, you know, or whatever. And so now he's a part of history, but during his time, he was like not really a prolific writer. He's just this like crazy guy. At least that's my limited historical understanding. And like one of those guys, I don't know if it's like, Sartre or something. He was like literally a recluse in a tower or something. And I think he went crazy too, or was crazy or something, but he wrote these philosophy books, and I think he was just like part of the, what do you call it, like the bourgeois or something, you know, of his day. Like somebody was paying for him to live in this tower, and he just kept to himself
Huh.
and wrote some books on philosophy. And then at some point after he died, it became part of the canon of philosophy. Like, oh, this is that version of philosophy. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. I don't necessarily know a ton about philosophy. Andy's always all into that. But it's like, I don't know. Somebody like somebody becomes the guy who distilled that idea, like existentialism or whatever, existentialism or I don't know what, I don't even remember what they all are, but yeah. Kind of an interesting thing apparently with mathematics, you know, throughout history as well. Like this, basically the sciences in general weren't always like they are today, where it's like kind of the scientific method is considered super legit now, you know? Like way back when, mathematicians were kind of like more or less like philosophers, like somebody kind of was paying for them to live. Maybe they did something important that sustained them, but I don't think it was valued the way it is today. So like some of the historical figures weren't necessarily historical in their day. Probably a lot of the time. I don't know. Even like The Matrix, some people say like the first one just ended up kind of accidentally being like a super cool movie that was kind of deep. But then they were like, oh, slow motion, bro. So they just made 2 sequels that were like slow motion porn.
Oh yeah.
And I don't know. I guess I watched them when I was younger. I enjoyed all 3. But maybe if I watched all 3 again today, I would agree. Like, yeah, the first one was kind of interesting. It made you think. And then the next 2 were just like bullet time, baby.
Yeah. Oh, I thought the next 2 were super deep. Like it was hard to follow how intellectual the second and third were. It was like meta plots. I kind of got lost, and it was like philosophical and making all these allusions to like all this weird crazy shit. I couldn't follow the second and third when I was a kid, but it was a lot of slow motion.
Yeah, I don't know if it's necessarily considered deep or not. They might have just been kind of like wanking, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Like Dune. Kidding.
Yeah.
I shit on Dune so much. It's actually like okay, but I don't know. I mean, as far as sci-fi goes, it's actually not super bad.
Yeah.
Could be Foundation. Always that. There's always a lower low when it comes to sci-fi.
Foundation. Yeah, I think. Yeah, again, I just think Foundation is just like sort of one of the first of its kind type of a thing.
Yeah.
Kind of like Star Wars, I think, is that way too, where like, how legitimately good are those movies? Maybe not actually that great, I don't know, but when they came out, they were like visionary or whatever, you know? But you gotta think about it, like, you know, we went to the moon in the 60s or something. Like, actual space travel was kind of brand spanking new. And it wasn't like commercialized like today, where we're kind of on the edge of like, oh, actually, you can found a company on this concept, you know? So, have a epic in space on the big screen. It's like, that wasn't like just completely. I don't know. Do you ever see that YouTube? There's a YouTube video out there that breaks down like how, I think it's called How Star Wars Was Saved in the Edit. And it shows like how if you edited it like at least this one, remember, if it was edited like the other sci-fi movies, around that period of time. It would have been kind of like just lame, cheesy, B-grade sci-fi flick. But it made some like critical editing decisions, which tightened the whole story up and turned it into something that could, you know, was like really palatable and stuff. I don't know.
I actually don't mind Star Wars. I used to hate on it a lot, like, oh, Star Trek is so much better. But it's actually okay for what it is, right? It's not trying to be super serious. It's trying to be just like a fun little adventure story. And for that, it's actually pretty good. You got some crazy, like, characters and stuff. Like, if you remember the characters after so long, it's probably pretty good, right?
That's true.
Wonky. Keep guys. Hey, buddy, should we try?
The prequels, which everybody hates talking about, but there's the lightsaber battle with Darth Maul.
That's actually super cool.
Yeah, I've watched it a couple of times. Like, you know, you just come across it. I think there's people like critiquing it, breaking it down, and how it's really cool or whatever. But yeah, if you just watch it, it's like pretty cool. Especially with that music, you know, that just amps it up.
The music is really good for Star Wars too, isn't that? Is that James Horner that does Star Wars? I don't remember.
I was gonna guess Hans Zimmer, but I guess
no, I don't think it's Hans Zimmer, but it's someone famous like that who's really good. Oh, John Williams.
Yeah,
right off the bat.
I remember that name. Yeah.
Horner did the music for Avatar. That's why we wanted to see it as kids. The Blue People movie. Blue People Avatar.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I remember just wanting to see it because it was in like the IMAX 3D or whatever.
Yeah, remember when 3D was going to be like the new way to experience movies?
Yeah.
It's actually just hot garbage.
Well, actually, I remember it being pretty cool for that movie. But that movie as a story, though, was kind of stupid. It was, I think the whole premise basically was like the military Americans trying to colonize the
oh, it's so cringy. It was so cringy. It was literally just Pocahontas, but like worse.
Yeah, I remember, yeah, that's what they said. And I remember thinking like, okay, I'm not really like, I guess I see how it's Pocahontas. I wouldn't have thought that if I wasn't told that. But I definitely see how it's just like, I don't know, I think James Cameron's a huge environmentalist. And I think he's even saying that about the second one. It's like, that's the whole point. So it's gonna be like hippy-dippy bullshit.
Oh. You see that guy wants to make 6 more movies, but he's like 50 or something already, and he makes a movie like every 12 years. Like Avatar, the first Avatar was 12 years ago. I can't believe it.
Wow. And he hasn't made one since then?
No, I think that's the last movie he's made. He just spends forever making these like super epic movies.
I saw some news article thing, I don't know if it was an interview with him, I think I skimmed it, but he said that he thought about completely retiring from movies because he's all into environmentalism. I think it was that.
Oh my gosh. I could see him saying that.
Yeah, it might be a little bit beyond just environmentalism, like maybe he wants to help out the poor kids in Africa or some shit, I don't know, but he's kind of like an activist, I guess, or something.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Don't have packed noodle because we just had mac and cheese. You can't eat nothing but junk all day. You gotta have like, balance it out with some cereal or something, or some oatmeal. Gotta balance out the cheap foods. The 5 food groups. Yeah, Nutella bread is amazing. That's the top of the food pyramid. The base is macaroni and cheese, and the top is the Nutella sandwich.
The 5 basic food groups of beans, bacon, whiskey, and lard.
They live in the Liver King life.
That's from the animated Disney movie Atlantis.
Oh,
The
I
cook
barely
in
remember that movie.
His name's Cookie. And the one guy goes, like, he's got this, like, disgusting chow or whatever in his throat. And the guy's like, what is this? Where's your lettuce? Where's your tomatoes? You know, the 5 basic food groups. And he goes, what? The 5 basic food groups? I got your 5 basic food groups right here. Beans, bacon, whiskey, and lard. And of course, it's only 4, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't get it. My fucking mouse won't stay in the window.
An ally has been slain.
Than our parents? Oh, yeah, definitely. But also than our parents, we did almost all the chores. Our parents ran it like a farm. It was like, we did the dishes, the laundry, the yard mowing, the everything. Yeah. Oh yeah. Wait, we didn't actually know how to. We didn't cook much, but we did everything else. Learned how to make Subway sandwiches. Yeah. Oh, that was the same Warwick as we had last game. He was our support last game, the support Soraka. What else is from last game? I feel like a lot of that game was like people from the last one.
Why is my FPS so shit?
Again, oh lordy, again have to bring out this guy. Remember to take barrier this time. I hate the recommended Zeroth runes. They're trash. Want to see the recommended page? Look at this trash. First strike's kind of cool actually, but I hate the free boots. I hate the biscuits. It's worthless. Cooldown on my ability, like item haste. I never get items, activated items on Zeroth. Hot garbage. There's not a single damage in this whole thing. Not one piece of damage. And then here's the ones I take. Look, damage, mana, damage, ultimates. Very nice. Actually, I could get the treasure one too. The ultimates are just nice. I like the ultimates. He'll take teleport too, so I can just farm quicker. The berry's kind of nice though, so Malzahar E doesn't finish you off.
Well, maybe it's that Chinese bullshit I had to install for Valorant. Fucking with my
Oh,
shit.
is that
'cause
rootkit or whatever? That's like the most dangerous shit ever. I uninstalled that like a long time ago.
I don't even know how to tell if I have it.
I think if it's running, it's in the bottom right. It was called, what was the name of it again?
I don't know.
It's called like Shield or something. Or Vanguard. I think it was like Riot Vanguard, wasn't it? Sometimes I miss Valorant. It was kind of fun. A little bit.
Yeah.
It still has like 2 million monthly active players or something. Daily active players, I don't remember. Like it's decently popular.
Oh,
Yeah. I think it's like 1/50th the size of League of Legends, but it's still pretty popular as far as like shooters go. CSGO is probably more.
Yeah. It was cool enough, but yeah, I don't like how they install spyware and shit.
I know, I hate that.
Probably, I bet you it's impossible to fucking. Let's just start uninstalling some shit and see what happens.
Exciting. You guys got anything exciting in the world of League today? Just wondering if you guys have seen anything.
Yeah, my CPU is at 70%, and the top oh wait, never mind. Microsoft compatibility telemetry. What the fuck is that?
God! Check out Twitter. Oh my God! You just click login.
Sorry.
Exciting.
What would you get instead? The eyeballs for like 30 AP? Oh no, I hit it too many times. Oh yeah, I saw that. I don't know if that's true or not. It sounds crazy. Or how like enforced it is. It's like, you know, it's illegal to walk from Minnesota to Wisconsin with a duck on your head. Or was it the other way around? Anyway, there's like some obscure laws in place. Yeah, maybe.
An ally has been slain.
I don't know.
Double kill.
I'm about to get ganked because it's about that time. 3 minutes in, so we'll stand a little bit back. Back here. See where he goes. He's either going for top or for bottom. Probably top, honestly. I feel like he would gank top. Yep, there he is, top. Oh, I thought he was gonna roam up to help with the
Mine
gank.
are the fucking problem. The
Nope, I'll take
telemetry
stun.
shit.
I'm not getting a gank. I'm not gonna take E. I'll just take W for the harass. It's like the stun's only useful if you're getting a gank. It's really hard to stun Malzahar because he's got these crabs that will like soak up your E. Kind of like waste. Want to eat that. Go. No, the creeps didn't get here in time. He's gonna be looking to back after this wave because he's out of mana.
An enemy has been slain.
No backing for you. Stay out here and play. Now he's super gankable, but our jungler's not really in a position. Got Poppy jungle. Give me 6, boy. Oh, I hit him too. Only I was 6. Is Xin Zhao around? Is that what he's pinging about? I kind of want to stop his recall. Recalled way far back. Oh no, he's actually going bottom. What? Hold on, he's at dragon. Are they doing dragon? Wait a second. I don't want to get jumped here, but I kind of want to stop him at drag if they're doing it. Oh, close, close.
Shit running. Oh, that's probably part of it.
Zeroth is like too squishy to be roaming deep in enemy jungle and warding, so the only warding you do is to like fend off ganks, and then Ghost Poro is not super handy for that because like if I see him on this ward, I know he's ganking me. I don't need the vision afterwards from this. Like he's probably running straight at me. Ghost Poro is better for like junglers because usually you're warding here and then you want to see their jungler and then which way they're pathing after they take a camp. Like are they pathing down towards the gank or are they pathing to keep clearing? The Ghost Poro is just really good on junglers. And then maybe like invading like mids, like when I'm Akali and I'm going and like screwing with them at their blue buff, I'll put a ward there as I'm doing it. But like Zeroth, you pretty much can't just go into their jungle like alone. You never get those like deep wards. What is this about? Wait, was he just trying to recall there? Seems weird, he's like full HP. Stay away from that stuff. Maybe we can stop his recall. Oh, it's not close. Eyeball's okay, it just takes a while to stack. And some games you don't even get it fully stacked. And then it's also not true damage. Like cheap shot is true damage to everyone in a team fight, which is kind of nice. True damage is basically like you can kind of double it because usually people have like 50% mitigation. It's not really worth ganking him. He's already losing. Maybe ward the rolled, but the warding this is a little bit risky. Good, we're good. Malzahar is 6, so he can pretty much kill me whenever he wants to. But he's going bottom right now. Good, they actually left. not often that that happens. There he is. Failed gank. Haha. Oh no, I can't believe I was close enough to get hit by that. Oh no, he walked away. Made my auto miss. Why are there two words? Didn't they just have one here? Oh, Jinxiao's on the Shmeebops. No! Wow, the flash. Flash to the scuttle. Or dash to the scuttle. Damn. His little voidling blocked my E. Oh, is he back? Then I gotta shove it to him. Oh, come on. So close. Nope, we all missed. Okay. Guess we lose. Malzahar has ult again, so we can't. Gotta give it. I wouldn't just be taking that, dude. It's like 4-on-1. Oh, I see he's gonna try ult. I mean, that was a good try, but this is just super bad. Like, there's no reason to be dying for Dragon. At least he got it, but like, we could have just taken it safely. Oh god, they've taken this thing too. That sucks. Gonna ult me? Yep. No, I'm dead. Oh, well, 2 ultimates, I'll take that. Oh, 3 ultimates, that's fine. Okay. At least they can farm bottom. I don't think Ultimate Hunter is actually that good on Xerath, because like, my ult's been up forever, right? There's just never been an opportunity to really use it. Like, the opportunities to use his ult are so few and far between. You don't really initiate with it. This guy needs to stop suiciding for these objectives. Like, they're gonna die to what's his face now for sure. Oh, get it, get it, get it, get it, get it. Nice, we somehow got it. Oh, the freaking voidlings block my shit every time. I can't kill him, he's gonna kill me for sure. That's why Malzahar super counters Xerath. He just voidlings and blocks every E. Maybe relentless, but with Xerath, you're not really roaming for kills. You're roaming for ultimates. You're not like roaming all the way down to their lane. Get that. And I don't know what else.
Enemy rampage.
Yeah, Treasure Hunter is like honestly the best value probably because you can always buy cooldown reduction and stuff if you want other things. It's like just more versatile. There's no objectives up. Where would he be roaming? Like bottom? Gank? Oh, just for nothing. Maybe trying to bait me into the Zen that I already saw down there. I'm not gonna go. Oh yeah, I'm dead because Jin's right around the corner. For Callista, that's what it was. I hate Malzahar ultimate. Wow, okay. Be careful. I don't think Malzahar has ultimate again, but you could try it. Pretty sure he doesn't actually. Which is why we should be forcing this. Oh, he does. Damn.
Alright, restart my computer and shit.
Alright, I'll see you in a sec. Bro, get more towers, man. What are you doing? I really want to fight him when he's got his ult on. Oh, that'd have been good if you juked that way. Dead. We should kill some of them first. I'm all about this. Gotta get the Meltar though, fields. Damn, she's so jumpy. Nice, okay, now we can do it. I got a few stacks back from the assists after I was dead. So that's fine. I kind of wanted that Jhin to jump me so I could burst him over here. We could kill him before Dragon came up. It'd be nice if I didn't die, but whatever. They all just like piled onto me. We'll get the stacks back anyway. When your team's like ahead, it's easy to get stacks. Like I can just hang out with Lucian and get assists. Stack it all the way up.
Hey, what's going on, Game Weavers? This is Ease, and in today's upload, the 3 most broken champions for each role for patch 12.23, the upcoming patch. And in this video, guys, we will talk about why these champions are broken and all that, so make sure you stick around, of course, for the whole video. If you want to master, guys, any of these champions, any of the roles on League of Legends, make sure you check out the Game Weave website by clicking on one of those links down below in the description or comment section to our website at GameWeave.com.
He's in trouble, but he's got ultimate to get out. We could...
These videos might be based on certain champions, so on how to master them and play them like a high elo player, but also how to master the role you're playing them in, which is 99% of League of Legends. So to actually peek on the Rift and find out what makes these players the best in the world, get that exclusive access to our library content by signing up, and let's get into the 3 most broken. Now we'll start in the top lane, coming in at number 3, well, kind of been a mainstay ever since Riot changed the game in 12.10 into this durability, tankier meta, this being Darius. Now for Darius, ever since that change came in, he's been the hardest champion to deal with in the top lane. Like, let's be honest, you see him locked in on the ME team, unless you're like a one-trick Teemo, you're going to find it difficult against this champion. Whether it's the hemorrhage stacking, the conqueror stacking, the low W cooldown on 5 seconds, the flash and goes, 2 combat summon skeleton.
Wait, he just fucking brought her out of my queue though. I would have killed her.
But even so, if you're against a lot of fighting ranged champions, Drivebreaker, this will allow you to stick to them. But regardless,
that was like an amazing E on the Callista, and then you freaking ults her out of it. I was like charging up my W.
Stronger than Darius at the moment. This is one of the most banned champions in the game. This is Fiora. And kind of like what I I said for Darius, if you see a Fiora locked in on the enemy team, you know, everyone kind of just sides, because they know that playing against this champion in lane is hard, but also in terms of team fighting, she cucks a lot of champions because of her parry, her riposte. This is one of the big reasons why she is banned a heck of a lot in every single elo, and even though Ravenous Hydra might be getting nerfed in 1223, so the actual Omni Vamp you get, and also the Cleave passive is getting nerfed as well in terms of its damage, but I don't really think it's going to have that big of an impact, because Fiora, even just innately speaking, especially when you're running Ghastly Undying as your keystone, pretty much impossible to outtrade, so she is number 2. But the best top laner is actually someone who's going to be benefiting from a change in 1223, and this is...
Yo, get back.
Hey.
You were back at 10 and I don't even know where they came from. I think just assists from this little shenanigans going on. We'll be having more pretty soon. Just have to wait for the team to go in and then I just ult and get the assists. Because they're also one of the easiest champs to stack Magi's on. Like Yumi, I don't know how I feel about this. Rengar is pretty far away. Oh, that was amazing. Hold on. Give me those assists, boy. Give me them kills. Let's go. 18 already. Yeah, more. Let's go. Stack me up. Dang. Wow, okay, we got him. Crazy. 22. Oh, we got her in 5, 3, 2, 1. Bam. Could have had full stacks if we got that.
Shen. So for Shen in 1223, what's happening is that Sunfire Aegis is getting buffed. It's cheaper and also giving you more HP. This means that your second major item spike, so after your Heartsteel, you're going to be even tankier, and because that item spike will just come around faster because it's cheaper, this is huge. And Shen at the moment, statistically speaking, in terms of win rate across every single elo, is right up there with the best of them, if not the best. That's why he's number 1, I guess. So with that new Heartsteel mythic, the passive where you'll be dealing more damage with that next attack is super useful for Shen. Also because of the HP, this really benefits your ultimate as well, and kind of maybe what I said for Darius, like if you're running 2 combat summoner spells, so Flash and Ignite, it really helps a champion like Shen because you don't have to rely on teleport. So Shen is the number 1 top laner for 1223. Just be a little bit careful of locking him in all the time because yes, there are some hard counters in there. Now let's head down to the jungle role, and the third champion, the third best champion you can pick for 1223 is Bel'Veth. I really don't want to talk too much about her because you guys know by now, it kind of annoys me that this champion is, well, just as good as she is, and really I'm just talking about the damage reduction in her E. Like, you actually heal this champion if you deal damage to her when she presses a basic ability. It's still kind of nuts, but I don't think anyone can really argue here, this champion being here, whether you're going like Bork or whether you're going even something maybe like Heartsteel, Titanic Hydra after Bork. I mean, that is when your blood will start to boil, to be honest, playing against that. But despite getting nerfed like 4 times a few patches ago, she is still one of the most picked and one of the most successful junglers in the game still, and it's not really going to change in 1223. So Bel'Veth number 3. Now number 2 on this countdown is a champion like Fiora who loves using the new Ravenous Hydra, this being Wukong. Now for Wukong, yes, Ravenous Hydra is getting nerfed, I understand, but remember, you are building Divine Sundra. So especially with these tanks getting buffed in 1223 and with the new Heartsteel item, right, Divine Sundra, because of that Spellblade passive, you will still shred through those healthy targets. And even though Hydra, just like I said for Fiora, it is getting a couple of nerfs, but they're not really that significant. So you will still be building Hydra after your Divine Sundra, and Wukong at the moment, just like these other champions, has some very high win rates, and that's in every single elo. So even if you're in Bronze, if you're in Gold, Diamond, Master, whatever it is, pick this champion, get him in your champion pool. But Wukong and Bel'Veth are beaten to the number 1 jungle position by an AP jungler. So if you need a bit of magic damage, it is time to lock in Evelynn. Now the only time where Evelynn is probably bad is if your mid laner is probably AP as well, or a champion who is not strong early game. Because as Evelynn, what you want to do is you just want to full clear, right? Get to level 4 and then hopefully level 6 will follow soon after. So if you're against a strong early game jungler and a strong enemy mid laner in the early game, you might get invaded. And it's pretty much impossible to do anything against that if you, like yourself, have a weak mid laner. So do be a little bit careful just about locking her in blind. Try to think a little bit about your team and the enemy team composition. But statistically speaking, this champion with over a 53.5% win rate in platinum and above, how can I not put her here? Because lots of players now, it's not even really the jungle meta, to be honest. I don't think it should have changed as much as it should have, but lots of people just think the full clearing is good, right? And you get to a free level 4 and stuff, and people are just happy handshaking. That's just the way it is. I don't think it should be, but that's the way it is. So Evelynn is number 1 based on the Krugs change as well, right? So there's only the little ones left. Makes it really easy to clear for you because of the AoE you have in your queue. So you can just pretty much one-shot this camp now. So for all of those reasons, Evelynn is the number 1 jungler. Now heading into the mid lane here, coming in at number 3, we have an attack damage mid laner, this being Aurelia. Now for Aurelia, I understand that lots of people might be going Bork into shield bearer, right? And let me put it this way, you have very good win rates if you're going these items across every elo, right? But here's the thing, because players in higher elo Aurelia players are going Bork into Ravenous Hydra. Yes, you heard that correctly. The reason this is so broken is because it makes you so hard to kill. The Omni Vamp, even though it's getting nerfed after the carnivorous stacking, right? So in 1223, you'll just be getting it flat from the item itself, so 10%. But that's enough. That is enough because it gives you a really good chunk of AD, because it gives you a good chunk of ability haste. Even this comes in useful. Aurelia is giga strong with this build. And to be honest, it is just underused, but it's the most common build in high elo, and that's the big reason why she is on this countdown. Also, maybe like I mentioned before, right, like Evelynn, AP jungle, Echo, there are some other very strong AP junglers, and having an Aurelia in the mid lane, it gives you the early power and mixed damage that you do need to make these junglers work. Now coming in at number 2, if you do need a bit of AP in the mid lane, then Syndra is the number 1 pick. Oh my god, Syndra's getting nerfed. How can you put her on this countdown? Okay, let's think about the nerfs. Right, so your W's damage is getting nerfed. Not the biggest deal. Your E's damage is getting nerfed, the AP ratio. Okay, so your scaling gets hit a little bit, but here's the thing with your E. Is still going to be massive, and the cooldown going up 2 seconds. This might sound maybe significant as well, but here's the thing. You're probably only using 1 E during each minion wave during the laning phase, and also maybe 1 or maybe 2 in those mid to late game team fights. So again, I think these are more placebo than anything, and that's why Syndra is number 2. If you guys think differently though, of course you can put your point forward in the comment section. I'd love to know what you guys have to say, and that's about any of these picks as well, not just Syndra in the mid lane. Now number 1, beating Syndra and Aurelia, this is Zed. How can anyone complain about this? This champion is beyond nuts, and for those of you who have played against Zed in the mid lane, you know what I'm talking about. It's that
For Syndra, it's like we kind of have a lot of melee, like Hecarim's melee, Urgot's pretty close range. She like charges into people and flips them. I guess we have 2 ranged bottoms, but it's nice to have peel for our 2 ranged bottoms because we don't have a peel support like Nautilus or Leona. So I'm like, okay, I should probably play a mid laner who has like a charm or a stun or something. So Syndra just kind of ticks a lot of boxes for what we need. And like Akali can do okay into Viger, but it's a really boring passive lane. Like it's not super fun. He just shoves into you really hard, and then you have to farm while he roams and gets kills. And he's just happy to stack up his Q against you because he can't really threaten him in lane. So it's kind of boring playing Akali versus Viger. Akali is like so much fun against Yasuo, Yone, all these melee matchups, so it's like super skill, right? Zed, Katarina, like Akali is just such a great answer to those. But when it's like Viger, oh my god, it's just such a boring lane being like ranged versus or being melee versus a ranged mage like that. Like Victor I can actually deal with because Victor, he doesn't stack up infinitely like Viger does. So like Viger, you really need to harass him off the creep, so he's just gonna be a monster. Like Victor's kind of boring, he pokes you a lot, but like if you get up close, you can actually kill him with like R. You can, you know, with Victor you can R over him, E, and then like R back and ignite, like that cool combo you tower dive with. But with Viger, he just puts his box up around him and he walks in the middle of it, and then you just can't get to him, right? So if you R1, sure, his box won't be up, but then when his box does come up, you can't R2 into it because he's just sitting there, like just waiting it out. So it's super annoying. Like I wouldn't say it's super good against Akali, it's just very like, what do you call it? Like diffuses all of your threat basically. And Syndra's just fun. I haven't played Syndra in a while. I should have taken Ignite on Syndra. I don't know why I still have Barrier. Ignite's super good on Syndra. Yeah. I like Syndra. I played Syndra a lot in Dominion way back. Like when I got the 100 games of Dominion or whatever, when I was first learning how to play, it was like all Syndra in the Killjoy map like that. Oh damn. Autos do nothing. Autos are weak. Gonna try to Q that one pretty soon. There we go. Aw, just missed him. It usually takes his meteor a second. You're gonna try to freeze this. Nice. What? This is level 3 gank, dude. That's actually a pretty good bubble. I didn't expect him to do it that far back. He might just loop around for a second. I thought so, yeah. But he's wasting a lot of time now, at least, which is good. I'm fine with that. Slow. Let him slow push it. Be safe.
Ally has been slain.
Gonna try to line those two up.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Oh, how did I not hit him? Did he flash? I think he flashed over the wall, honestly, because I didn't see him. Yeah, he flashed for sure. Yep. Nice, because that E was totally going to hit him. 100%. And now we'll make it dangerous for him by letting it push, so that he has to go out of his way to farm. Oh shit, Pike's here. Wait a second. I can have a big wave. Don't worry about it, Hecarim. I'm just gonna let it slow push into me. Yeah, that goes there too. That's pretty good. He's probably trying to recall now. He's out of mana. We'll keep him from recalling so we can force him into a bad back. Pike is back bottom. Echo could come around for a gank. I do have barrier though. He does. It goes right there. Tiger's out of mana, so I don't think he's gonna try anything. I think he's probably not gonna try a gank for a lane that's out of mana. Probably for Viger ultimate, or if Echo ganks. I do like to have Ignite on Syndra though, because she can actually get pretty close range. Yeah, I can't recall because the wave's in a bad state. He's gonna miss like a whole wave when he does recall. He's out of mana, wave's in a bad state. He's honestly pretty gankable right now. And our jungler is power farming. Yeah, he's up quite a bit of CS. He's really got to go home. And I'm super healthy somehow. We'll just let these deny him a wave. Who needs a shutdown? Bottom. Better roam bottom next.
An ally has been slain.
A little bit worried about an Echo gank. I think he'd be on the bot side to watch Dragon though, so should probably ward the bottom side. And we just saw him top side harassing Hecarim at our chickens, which means he's probably not going to be top side again. I think he probably just cleared his top side when he was doing that. If there is a fight for like Dragon though, I'm gonna be at a disadvantage because he farmed or he shopped and I didn't shop yet. The nice is pushing to me, which is good. It's just kind of passive unless Hecarim comes to gank. We wanna? Pretty weak. Gotta buy, and then we can maybe contest the no. Or maybe get magic resist because they have a AP jungler and an AP mid. But the thing about buying magic resist is like it's better on Akali where you're getting up in there, right? Like Syndra plays far enough back where you're not really taking a whole lot of harass. I don't know. Like would one magic resist item stop me from getting one shot by Viger ultimate? No. Like it's gonna one shot me no matter what. Oh, he really wants to do this. It's a ward. Oh, we know where Echo is, so we should do this. That is the rational response. I'll ward over here in case Viger comes or something. I don't think he will. Viger's just farming. He's happy just farm and wait for late game. That's all he wants. And now that he heard that global sound, he's not going to play towards top side at all. So there's not really a chance to gank because Hecarim's by... He's at their wolves, right? So Hecarim would gank from top side, but Viger's not going to play towards top side. Like, screw that. Like, I see Urgot missing. I heard the Herald get taken. Just... Aw, oh, damn, that's not quite what I wanted. Oh man, I have Electrocute. I should have been proccing that more. I need First Strike, honestly. That's the one thing that the Professor Runes got right, is like First Strike is actually better. I think we could kill him if he ganked. I don't know if he wants it though. Oh shit, dude, I wouldn't go ganking for that. That's so risky. Damn. See, it's like not worth it. Not the Pike ultimate. Now we're good. Pike might try ult me under tower. Or Echo might dive me from that top push. We can just go around here. Fine. If I were Echo, I would jump from here to there.
An ally has been slain.
I think that was almost a good kill on Viger, but I was just kind of hitting him because he was hitting me, right? I knew there was a gank coming right when he put the wall up, so I'm like, well, I may as well like fight. But I don't think that Hecarim should have dove. Arcane Comet's okay. With Zeroth, Arcane Comet is nice because it's free. When you land W, it's a slow as well, right? So your W is guaranteed to be a Comet hit every time, which is super nice. For Syndra, it's like... I take the Ari runes because your Q doesn't slow at all. Your W does, but it's kind of hard to hit. It's more like a follow-up to your E. think First Strike is really good though, but it also recommends First Strike on Xerath. And I don't really like it on Xerath, but I do like it on Syndra. We clear that? He scanned it, right? I guess he's just going home. Don't really care that it took first water drag, that's fine. Oh man, when Heck dove Viger, he gave him blue buff, that sucks. I didn't even realize. That sucks. Oh, that flash too. And their supports here too. So Pyke's there. Shen ulted to Viger. That's what gave him the shield. Shen ult is like a gigantic shield, right? And then Pyke just happened to be invisible nearby too. So it was actually 4 mid, and we thought it was 3. Or we thought it was just 1, right? And then it happened to be 4. Unlucky. Nice jump.
I'm gonna switch to the server.
All right, I'm going over there too then. See ya. Yo.
Eh.
I don't know why Viger's heading top. Like, there's no play there. I guess he's just warding. He should be heading towards Dragon. I think Echo would jump me if I went to Dragon though. Like, he's definitely over there and our jungler's top, so I think we're just letting him have drag. I love how fast Syndra is. You can just like walk out of that thing every time. Like, nah, I think I'll just walk out. I think one more combo and I can kill him.
So, am I mistaken, or is Little Caesar's Pizza one of the like really shitty brands?
It's supposed to be, but I actually freaking love Little Caesars, man.
What?
Don't diss Little Caesars.
Dude, I was like gonna diss on it so hard, and then my landlord was like, "Oh my gosh, I love Little Caesars."
Dude, I love it. I'm not saying it's
like,
quality, but I love it.
I don't get it. I guess I just had like the worst Little Caesars.
Have you ever dipped it in mayonnaise?
No, that's just fucked up.
I used to live on that in grad school. I get Little Caesars and I'd make mayonnaise and I'd whip some Cholula sauce in it, some hot sauce.
Oh no.
The dinner of kings.
I mean, I guess. Mayonnaise kind of makes me sick. I like the flavor, but yeah, if I eat too much of it. And by too much, I mean if it just kind of has like a large amount of a sandwich or something.
Viger down there? Viger's not down there. Oh, he's mid. Damn, I want to roam bottom. I wish I had teleport. Why do I have freaking barrier? Teleport's so much better. Barrier didn't even save my life. Ah, oh, damn, it is Echo. I knew he'd be around.
Where's Aaron?
She's so weak, but I don't think she's gonna stay. Oh, that if that arrow hit, that'd have been sick. What can you do? I think Echo's just taking drag. Yeah. This is just jungle diff. But no, I chose these runes. I wanted these runes. I shouldn't be taxing his farm. That's my bad. Oh, the summoners? I mean, teleport's nice. Barrier is still
okay. The one
okay.
time I did have Little Caesars. Or, not the one time, but the
Barrier
last
is
time.
nice because for Viger ultimate,
They put literally a stripe of sausage across the middle of the pizza. And I was like,
I was kind of late on that stun. That's my
I
fault.
don't know what they're paying you, but it's too much.
Okay, so we saw Echo down below, so you gotta watch out for that dude, because he's gonna try gank us both with the bubble. He's gonna try double bubble us. Double bubble like the gum. See, there it is. I knew it. I knew he'd try that. try to kill that Echo. Oh, that was so good.
Maybe you have to like.
I knew we'd do
temper
that.
Your expectations. You just
Okay, I
think
can
of
stun
it
here in a
as
second.
Bread with cheese on it.
Margaret could have ulted me and killed me, that's why I had to flash. If I had barrier, I could have just buried instead. Well, no, because Kai'Sa 4-shot would have killed me too. I'd basically just double bad. We can kill her soon? Aww. Dang, so close. I'll just wait for ultimate, I guess. Collect another free kill with ultimate. Unless Ashe has ult. Ashe has ult. Oh my gosh, Ashe has ult. Let's do it. Let's do it. Ashe ult. Ashe ult. Yeah, let's do it. Oh man, fucking missed. Sucks. Good try though. I guess I could have tried stun, and then she could have ulted to follow up with mine. That'd have worked too. I'm a little worried about the pike. Oh damn. Ekram wants it. Got Shen ult. That's actually pretty good. Fine, just let it go. I'll buy. I don't want to lose mid tower though, so I think I'll stay defend mid tower. This is totally winnable. Wait, are we losing? I guess we're down 2 dragons. Doesn't feel like we're losing. Syndra scaled super hard too, which is nice. I'm kind of obligated to stay here just because the tower is so weak. Could make a play happen. Oh my god, that Kai'Sa. Oh. Oh man, I wanted the Kai'Sa though. He's gonna just W. Yeah, there it is. Oh, she's dead. Goodbye. Do that so the wave pushes the tower sooner. By Wing the cannon minion, you just get the wave moving quick, which is why I always do it. Because it takes so long to kill and your wave is like stalled until it's killed. And don't want to eat an echo passive. Okay, stay by Urgot, he's strong. Pike's around, so we gotta be careful for Pike. Nice, I stunned him right in time. Aha! He was mid taunt. So his taunt is like a dash, and if he goes through, he taunts you into attacking him, right? I like did that right when he was about to. Nice, dude. The echo though, that echo though. The echo's a little scary. He's gonna ult backwards. Thought he would ult. He's not weak enough yet. Oh damn. I don't want to get hit by the echo ult. That's the only thing that's zoning me away. Because otherwise I could have finished a kill or two there. But you see the echo trail, and that's where he would appear 3 seconds ago when he ultimates. So it's kind of like Killjoy. I've got my ult again though, which is pretty huge. We'll see if I might be taking our jungle here though. That's a little sketch. It's not. Man, I have so much money. Okay, they don't have tanks really, so we'll get Ludens and probably like more damage. And I'm already halfway to that, so I'll get that too. Oh, I should have got the kill stacking item. Oh well. Yeah, the ult, Syndra ult is targeted. It's ridiculous, right? It's like a targeted freaking execute. It just deletes somebody off the map. And unless they have hourglass, there's nothing they can do about it. It's like Zed ult, but it takes no skill. You just have to like point and click. The E is hard to land though. Like that E on the Kai'Sa is like sick. Brings me back. Ooh, no. I was getting excited seeing the Ashe ultimate. It's like maybe. Yeah, I'll ward that. That's a spooky one. If they yellow ward in here and they can't see, they get spooked out. They have to come and visit. So putting a pink here is like just beckons them in. Right? So yellow and like, oh, yellow, why can't I see?
Enemy killing spree.
Hello?
Yeah.
Oh,
Hey yo.
Hey, what's up?
Not much.
I didn't realize that you were done figuring out if it worked or not, so I started making some spaghetti. Are you down to wait about 10 minutes?
Alright.
Cool.
It still does the thing.
Still does.
I turned off the hypervisor thing, which I think was silently using a bunch of resources in the background. I don't know. You look at the task manager and like the numbers don't add up for CPU usage.
Right.
And then that IQ software uses like 5% or something CPU, which is just a waste. Just sitting there like doing nothing. I guess if you have 8 cores and the latest hardware, maybe that just doesn't matter, but like put a bunch of lights on this thing, the mouse doesn't work right, and then it eats a bunch
You
of
said
CPU.
it's using 5% of your CPU?
Yeah.
It's using 0.3% of mine.
I don't know.
Do you have the keyboard and the mouse doing a bunch of fun stuff, or do you just have them backlit?
I don't know, I turned it off. So,
Oh, you just turned the software off.
well, yeah, I exited it. And of course, then the... Actually, it does a cooler design when you have it off anyway, but I had it on a solid color. It's still sitting there using a ton of CPU for no reason. But it wasn't just that. I think it's a hypervisor thing feeding into some of it. And I don't know. So far the mouse is staying on, but it was just randomly disconnecting and reconnecting, and then the software wouldn't see it reconnected or anything.
Really weird,
Like-
man. What did you get? Did you get the M65 and the K75 or whatever?
Yep.
Oh, that's exactly what I have. I looked up some reviews for the M60 or the M65 because I was like, it's one of my favorite mice I've ever had. I wonder what people think of it. And most of the reviews were bad. Like, I have connectivity issues, I have double clicking issues, I have this, I have that, the scroll wheel broke, blah 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 blah. I'm sitting here like, I've had this thing for 3 or 4 years now. And the only issue that I ever have with it is once in a while when I turn the computer on, it doesn't recognize the mouse or keyboard or both.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm fairly certain that's a motherboard issue, because this computer's old and shit, and it's got some really old components and some newer components, and it's in a wonky case. I don't know. I just don't really think it's the mouse and keyboard, but it could be. I'd have to start the computer up and just restart the computer, and then it's fine. But anyways, I'm gonna go do some game things.
Okay.
In 1961, this paper divided the whole statistics community. Prior to that, a very influential statistician, Ronald Fisher, popularized a theory called maximum likelihood estimation, which is regarded very, very highly. But this paper challenged their firm beliefs, so it was such a shock that the result is now known as Stein's paradox. Let's see what this is about. Suppose I have a set of data that follows a normal distribution with some unknown mu and a variance of 1. Now I randomly pick a sample, a data point from this distribution, and let's say I picked 3.14. Your job is to estimate the value of mu. What would you estimate? On screen, it looks like it is slightly more than 3.14, but the point is that you don't know the value of mu. It could also be on the left of 3.14. The only thing you know for sure is that data point 3.14. So without much more information, you might just estimate mu to be 3.14. That's a sensible guess. After all, a normal distribution is clustered around its mean mu, so there is a good chance that the 3.14 pick is in the proximity of mu, and the error of your estimate would not be too big. In theory, that is the best estimator, in some sense of the word. Now we play the same thing, except this time we have two sets of data. They are completely unrelated to each other, but they both follow normal distribution with means mu1 and mu2, both variance 1. Again, I picked one data point from each of the distributions, and let's say they are 3.14 and 1.618. Now what would you estimate? By exactly the same logic, you might also estimate mu1 to be 3.14 and mu2 to be 1.618. And again, this is the best estimator in this situation. But things change if we have three independent sets of data. Exactly the same setup, normal distribution with unknown means and variance 1. Normally, if I have the data points x1, x2, and x3 respectively, then you would again estimate mu1 to be x1 and so on, just like the previous cases. But now this is not the best estimator anymore, because in 1961, we found a better one called the James Stein estimator. If the data points are x1, x2, and x3, then this is the James Stein estimator of the means. So in order to estimate mu1, it is better to multiply this factor in front rather than simply saying x1. This is really surprising. Those three sets of data are completely independent from each other, but in order to estimate mu1, it is better to incorporate all three data points because the prefactor depends on all of x1, x2, and x3. This surprising result is now known as Stein's paradox. But this is not the only surprise here. James Stein estimator generalizes to p sets of data, where p is at least 3, and very similarly, the estimate is going to have this factor in front. So our ordinary estimate, which is just echoing back the data points x1 up to xp, was the best in 1 and 2 dimensions, but is overpowered by the James Stein estimator in 3 dimensions and above. What happened there? What's more, that really trusted theory of maximum likelihood estimation also supports our intuition. The theory also tells us to just use the data points given, the ordinary estimator. So the fact that the James Stein estimator beats a well-studied theory definitely caused chaos in the statistics community. But what do I really mean by an estimator being the best? To quantify how good an estimator is, we use the mean squared error. Error is the difference between our estimator mu hat and the true but unknown mean mu. And then we square it to make it positive. In the case of multiple sets of data, We treat those estimators and means as vectors and consider the norm of it squared. In other words, we just consider the squared error in each component, then add them all up. Finally, we take the average. This is taken to account for the randomness in the estimator. To be clear, if we see a certain sample X, it already determines our estimate mu hat. You can't introduce your own bias here. So this process is entirely deterministic, not random, but the samples taken are random because they are taken from a distribution. So the expected value here takes all possible values of the sample into account. In other words, this is how much, on average, the estimator deviates from the true value. For example, in the one-dimensional case, what is the mean squared error of the ordinary estimator? The estimator is exactly the sample taken, so if we have the sample being x, then the estimator will be x. In this case, the mean squared error turns out to be the formula for the variance of x. We have assumed that the normal distribution has variance 1, so the mean squared error is 1 in this case. But the error in general depends on mu, the true
Whenever you're
mean.
ready, cue us up.
To
I'll
illustrate
be
this,
sitting down in
let's
just a
take a
minute. By the
naive
time the game
estimator
starts and all that,
7.
I'll be
Whatever
full of
sample
it.
I have taken, you are just going to estimate the mean to be 7
You're the
anyway.
leader.
The mean squared error is then the expected value of 7 minus mu whole squared. However, the square
Don't do a short game.
inside does not
I see
depend
that
on
I'm
the
the host.
sample
I'm gonna hit the
x,
button.
and so
Don't do a short game. Come on. Short games are boring.
Oh man, I just missed that. My bad.
We
Fine.
understand.
What are you
it was
implying?
truncated. It was abbreviated.
You
That's
don't
what
know
you're saying.
anything. You don't know what you're talking about.
You're legendary in the page program. We
Let's see, we're against Victor, so we're gonna need all of this. We're gonna need tenacity for Nasus Wither, and that's about it. It's easy to dodge Echo Bubble, so I'm not worried about tenacity for Echo Bubble. Victor's done. It gets done by that quite a bit, but it's not very long. Like I don't feel like it's a make or break thing. Is it even a stoner? It might be a root actually. Victor's little AoE thing. The Nasus Wither is like number 1. Biggest thing. That Hecarim was freaking the worst, but what do you do? I don't think he was running it down. Like, he wasn't doing anything reportable, but like, was just super bad. I don't know. How do you have 0.5 KDA as a jungler and as Hecarim? Like, junglers always have inflated kill participation, right? Whereas kill participation was like
Hello?
super bad. Wait, let me go see these. He was in 4 fights. What does it say your KP? Didn't it used to say? I swear it used to tell you what your KP was. Anyway. Forgot was legit though, he was super fun. And even Tristano was pretty good. We lined up a few good kills. Fun. We're working with this game. Da-da-da-da-da. Damn, 80% win rate Nasus. Oof. Although we got an 86% win rate Aatrox just on fewer games. That means Nasus has won, what, 11 out of 14 games as Nasus? Crazy. Damn, 54% on Yumi's actually crazy for 156 games. Because Yumi's regular win rate, I think, is like 45, so to have 54 is nuts.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
This guy normally play...
30 seconds until
I guess he normally plays a different role.
Do you want me to change a map or something?
Wukong casual is a little
short
sketchy because
match.
Wukong's sort of a hard character to play.
Oh yeah.
The fuck? These DiGiorno pizzas have so much. The half the pizza is 1,000 calories.
18%
Holy
KP.
crap.
18% as the jungler. Because usually as a jungler you have like really good KP actually.
Minions have spawned.
Like you're roaming around ganking, right? So you're like a part of most kills that happen in the game. But didn't roam, didn't gank. He started out power farming pretty good. I think he got invaded once or twice, which was rough. I don't know.
I gotta grab one more thing. Got mine in the queue.
Guy's a Victor casual. He's got no skin. But he's won his only 2 games as Victor he played, so he must have been doing something right. I hate being first pick. So annoying. I was like, if I knew he was going to play Victor, I'd have played Syndra or Xerath. Would have been fun. More fun lane experience. I was first pick. So if I pick Syndra, they would pick Akali or Katarina. And if I pick Akali, they're going to pick like Victor. The curse of first pick. Wait, what? Already?
Start back up at work on Tuesday.
Oh, it's the same echo as last game. That's great.
Serving, or are you gonna do like the host for a little while?
Oh, we'll do serving.
Are your wrist hurting at all?
Yeah. But I think it'll be okay.
I think Echo's gonna invade him at red, which is why I want to be up
Just,
there.
like, sore, or do they hurt when you like do stuff?
A little bit of both. You just swallowed something sharp. That was unpleasant. Yeah, they get kind of achy towards the end of the day. I noticed while I was playing Metroid Prime, I was clicking a lot more than normal. That's kind of hurting my hand. Certain motions are kind of
Here, I
hard.
guess
I
Echo
noticed
comes, but I think
if
he's
I get my
okay.
winter coat on,
Yeah, he's
reaching into
good.
my right breast pocket with my right hand, my left breast pocket with my left hand. Those are both really difficult. But if I hold things right,
He's
I
like
seem
out of
to be
mana, so I
able
can
to
kind
hold
of bully
things
him a
that
little
are,
bit.
you know, slightly heavy without hurting myself. I just gotta be aware of what I'm doing. I've noticed I still can't quite wash my back as easily as I could before on a hard to reach, you know, towards my shoulder blades and stuff.
Echo's definitely gonna gank me again for staying
But
up here,
I
but
don't
it's
think
fine.
Backward
'Cause I'll draw his attention from the other lanes.
really
Like maybe he won't
anything
gank
to
bottom instead.
while I'm serving.
It's kind of courteous to draw jungle attention to yourself.
First blood.
He's gonna have a bad back here.
They put me on
Good.
full shift on Tuesday and Wednesday.
Wow, they got double kill bot and it wasn't even a
Thursday
gank.
off, and I work Friday dinner. I got the rest of the weekend off.
Nice.
He is kind of gankable now because he's out of mana. He's forced to stay because he doesn't want to take a bad back. I mean, I wish our jungler would come back now. That might kill him? I don't know. Oh, if I could flash back in auto, it would kill him for sure. But he didn't let me flash back in auto. That's fine though, we got his flash. Did he ghost too? I think he just flashed. That's all. And he gets a bad back, which is fine. It's crazy for Akali to be giving Victor a bad back. It's like the opposite of what should happen.
An ally.
Now I've got ultimate in case I want to go. He's going to be heading towards wolves next. If I want to assist somebody, I have ultimate ready. Like I might have to roam top to counter gank because I think Echo's going to boogie it straight top lane after he farms his wolves. I would kind of ping him, but I don't know if he'd listen to the ping anyway. Oh, he's coming straight for me. What the frick? We could try it, yeah. He used his abilities. He's got no W, no Q. Nice flash, dude. I appreciate it.
Up there. Okay.
I don't really care about last hits when I'm just trying to shove and go home. And it's spamming abilities on the wave. But actually, he's like already half mana somehow. I didn't even buy a mana crystal when he came back. That's a big mistake as a mage. You definitely want to get like mana crystal your first back. If he autos me, he gets creep aggro. Back to your tower. Only threat is, yeah, I was gonna say the only threat is if Echo ganks me again. Jeez, the freaking lot. Oh, the Hecarim for the Freshkin. Oh, wow, barely lived. Jesus. Hopefully, Jinx doesn't get 6 and ultimate. I'll stand here to recall in case Jinx does hit 6 and try and ult. When they're sharing experience, I don't think she's gonna hit 6. Yeah, 4 mid, right? Every single game. It's crazy.
Nice.
I thought for sure Echo was gonna go gank somewhere else. That's fine though. We lived barely. The Jinx traps were super good actually. That was like amazing Jinx traps. Should I kill Victor? He hasn't died yet, I guess, so we could.
Dude, so I've been making garlic toast to go with my pasta
And
lately.
he's just going all the way back, isn't he? He's scared of the gank.
And it's one of those things where like now that I've started making it, I'm thinking why did I
Is it
not
worth diving tower
always
for
make
that?
this to go with spaghetti? Because it's so fucking good and it's so easy.
I'll stop his recall.
Buy
Be annoying.
cheap French bread, cut it in really thick pieces. You take some butter, mix it with some garlic, a little bit of basil or thyme, tiny little bit of onion powder, and then you spread way too much of it on the bread and stick it under the broiler.
Dang,
and
couldn't
it's
quite
just
reach him.
fucking awesome, it's so good.
This doesn't have teleport to get back. Dude, what?
Like
Guy's non-stop trying to gank from mid.
restaurant quality garlic bread.
Wave's in a
Oh,
good
yeah.
spot though now because I have
Like I could sell that.
pushing towards me.
And it's probably one of the easiest things I've ever made.
Alright, Alright, now where's Echo? He's gonna come down from here. Actually, I might be going to gank the Aatrox. Aatrox has a ward though, so don't know if I'm that worried about him. But he could be doing... Oh, yes, shit, he's going for it. I knew it. I'm coming, dude. Let's fight this. Oh, hell yeah, I want this. Get this Nasus, dude. Oh, we're coming. Bide your time, dude. Bide your time. Coming though. I should probably help him shove. Actually, no one's coming to gank him, so we're good. We could get the Herald, yeah. That was a little sloppy. I missed my E because, like, I knew Echo was gonna ult, so I should have just held my E until after his ult finished. I missed both of them with my E. Otherwise, I'd have done a little cleaner. Oh, he thinks he's got this. Okay, fine. I kind of want the global experience, though. Yeah, see? Gives you, like, nice AoE experience. And gold. Got 100 gold for that. Super nice. This dude knows we got Herald. That's why he's staying on the bot side so he can run down south. Oh, yeah, we could go fight for the dragon. For sure. He just warded deep over here, but I don't really care. Wait, Echo has no freaking ult, dude. This is as free as shit. Dude, Echo has no ult. Let's go for it. Oh my god, man. That was easy. I've got ult in 4 though. I can kill this guy for sure. Yep, he's about to be dead. Oh no! I underestimated how much damage you do. That's a lot of damage. Victor's not really a burst character, so it's kind of weird they had all that burst in his kit. Now Echo has ultimate, so now it's really not worth. Oh my god, you just walked right in the backswing.
I win.
Gotta shove one wave mid, otherwise he's gonna take it. After I shove a wave mid, I can run bottom with the dragon actually. Just use all my abilities,
flies off
but
screen.
have
but
flash.
whatever's loading up my PC or
He's
CPU
not doing
before was like causing
try
these
kill him?
huge frame rate drops, and that would
They have a
allow
ward
my
here for
mouse to
sure. That's
fly
why
right
they're
off the
already
screen.
back. Oh man. Oh, actually.
like what?
Press Windows P, and apparently that's all. I don't know what that does, but
Oh man, he's gonna get tower first blood though. That sucks. Oh, the Echo's right there. Watch out for that. Victor is not taking tower first blood. Is gonna come up. Oh no, he's still bottom. Okay, we're good.
No, I'm not gonna do it right now. But wait, like in the game or
I will.
this just does the screen settings?
Oh,
So I guess you could like not do dual monitors.
I want the dragon. They're gonna take it. I guess there's nothing we can do.
Which
Wukong top.
can't
got it.
really like watch videos and play the game at the same time.
Yeah, it's gone, man. Echo does dragon so fast because he has % max HP on his passive. We had so many opportunities to take this, and we just like let them all go by. Varus ultimate? Where's the Varus ultimate though? Oh nice, that's a good Yuumi ult. Got this
Guy
Foxy's thing
is
on.
just gonna make sure that they catch up to him.
Probably need this for the wither.
And he can even see truck.
Oh, man. Epic.
Jeez.
Yeah, our bottom lane is fed. Oh, I think we actually got this. Everyone's doing super well.
How do you tell what rank you are?
On the score screen, it's by your name. You're probably not ranked.
What's your rank?
Control.
What?
Just 1 sec. I just took a big mouthful. Yes.
Victor's gonna roam bottom. Or bait me because he knows I'm gonna follow. Oh, nope. He's not roaming anywhere.
Yep.
So boring. Echo's still alive, otherwise I could full dive this guy right now.
My rank is Silver Elite. I was Silver Elite Master, but that never lasts.
Oh, Echo's top. No! I kinda want to defend top lane. I mean, we could kill Victor, but he's so easy to kill. He's not really worth any money. So I don't know.
Corner.
Oh, dang. The ghost speed boost. So boring, man. Should have roamed top. Better than letting Nasus have free farm.
That's the okay.
Oh, the Herald. We're fighting for the... Wait, it's not even up, is it? No sense, it is up. And it's going to be 2v3 here in about a second. Can at least scare him. Up 3v3. Okay. Nice, we got it to reset. I don't have ult for 20, which kind of sucks. I missed him. I think Nasus wins this. Oh, the Yuumi healing? Almost. We can't beat Nasus though, not with Wither. That's the 79% win rate Nasus right there.
Fuck.
Oh, I wouldn't fight him, dude. That's not a good idea.
Oh.
I'd have kept going for it. Victor has no ultimate. You could have actually finished it at that point. Whatever. I guess we get free herald out of it. Oh fuck you, I'm gonna break this. No vision. Kinda gotta clear this wave though first.
Oh, I didn't even hit him once.
Oh, they stole the dragon too. Great, good stuff. Okay. Gotta go farm again. Yeah, I don't get it because we were on it. Oh well.
Holy shit, what was that?
Jeez, these people freak out when they shoot.
We'll let Varus ultimate initiate the fight. I mean, this almost looks good. Do we have 4? We got 4. Doesn't feel like it because they give me, but we do. But the bot's pushing. Why do you want me to go bot? Gotta stop the Nasus. Oh, dude, why are you going back? I'm here. Oh my god, dude. You gotta kill this Nasus. Man, if he had gone in on that right away, because Nasus is literally walking in to face check it, and he has like an execute ultimate AoE knockup. Oh, that was close. He charges Q a little more, maybe. Nasus can just solo dragon because he's got the lifesteal on Q. Speaking of which, I need to get anti-healing. Where's that?
An enemy has been slain.
Every game. I don't know why we're pushing bot. We lost dragon or baron for that. You want to be bot when dragon's coming up, right? You don't want to be bot like when baron's up. Also, Nasus has been having free farm for the last 5 minutes, which is not good. Too late to save the tower, man. I get stacks from the tower.
Dude, I kinda can't believe
Our
I got away
jungler just
with
sucks
that.
again,
That was
but
pretty cool.
what do you do? It's the same jungler from last game.
I feel good about that play.
Oh.
Wow, I got that.
Oh.
Did you see that?
Yeah. You shot through him.
Shot
Oh wait, no,
through-
you got your kill?
Yeah, I got the headshot on the guy by just
Oh.
dragging across.
Yeah, no, I missed that. But the guy behind you tried to kill him too. And
You used to be
he's the
able
one
to, but now they
screaming
make
out
them all
like that.
anonymous, so you can't.
Oh, I got killed by our own guy?
Yeah.
Oh, dang, so I would have survived.
Yeah, you won the trade.
Who's got shut down? Pretty much just Nasus, yep. That's like the only thing there is to do is to shut down Nasus and stop him from farming. I can get around behind this Victor. Oh damn, the Jinx.
That was a shitty flash.
That's third dragon. And Nasus gets 2 more kills.
Your turret has been
Wow.
Dude, that's the worst feeling, trying to jump up a ledge and just missing the jump over and over.
Jinx isn't even shut down. It's not even worth it. Like Nasus or nobody, that's all that matters. Nice, there we go. Aatrox is like so underwhelming as a character.
When I did my last video about Google's Go language, the question I got asked most was, why should you learn Go? Maybe you want to learn a new language, you know, there's Python, Rust, C, C++, C Sharp, whatever. Why should you invest your time learning Go? That's what I want to explain in this video. So if you want to find out more, please let me explain what happened.
Just
of course,
the
Go,
one dude in front
like
was
lots of other
reloading,
languages, has got all of its kind of
and
nice
his
little
buddy
features. All that's
was
nice.
behind him. So this guy had like the collat lined up, and he got the kill on the one dude. I think I'm not sure if he got it right away, but then he didn't like keep shooting to kill the other guy.
Oh, bummer.
How are we going in this now? I kind of want to get my item first. Oh no, the Nasus, 100% is all that matters. Who's going? Bro, you got healing. You got freaking Hydra, right? Yeah, he's got tons of lifesteal. He's got stealth and like a 2-second cooldown.
Wow.
Yeah, that didn't go well for me at all.
Oh wow, I actually got her. That's crazy. Nice.
Oh. Yeah.
That ping is sitting around 60 milliseconds. It's still not great.
playing at like 120 for a while. It was doable. Played at 120 for a long time.
Just because you have media account or what?
No, that was when I was on my phone.
Oh.
What do you mean? In.
Oh.
Oh, they're going for Baron. Damn. Forgot Nasus can just solo Baron. Nasus can like two-shot Baron with his Q. It's stupid. Well, I tagged him for the healing reduction, but I don't know if it's gonna be enough. Like, this is reduced healing Nasus you're about to see. He's still a fucking monster.
Okay. Bad.
Mimi Aatrox is a pretty busted combo, but I don't know if they can 1v3 this. Oh, that was a good dodge. Pretty good. Oh, I got hit by that also. That sucks. Well. I don't know what Nasus Q is. It's like 400 base, and then it scales with his attack damage, and then it also scales per stack. They're probably like, I don't know, 1500 damage now, each key. In total. What the fuck?
Dude, I want more of that garlic toast. It was so good. I don't even need more spaghetti for that. I could just eat that stuff by itself.
Already got healing reduction. Maybe we need this? They have shields? Yeah, they have a bunch of shields actually.
Yeah.
I don't think it's worth diving this guy. He's already at 0 stacks of Magi's anyway. Let Varus try to get strong. Varus and Aatrox together are really strong because they both have healing. And kind of 1v5. Oh, I almost wanted that Aatrox though. Nasus is away from the team right now. Nasus is gonna go farm up. Get some more stacks.
Dude, where are we going, Drew? Both got XMs.
We're going B. And I'm flashing out.
Alright. Let's do it. I'm like 6 feet behind. Nice. Oh shit.
Aatrox can teleport, which is good. Didn't really have anybody who would flank. Maybe Echo, but not really. Nasus is gonna fuck us up in about 2 seconds here. Aatrox TP is not gonna save us though. And Nasus will just boop everybody literally.
Did you see Fade Hub's flash avoidance there? That was pretty good.
Yeah. The classic throw your pistol.
I don't understand why people still do that. I've never seen anyone fall for it except for the like pro video where people started doing it from.
I think he tagged him right there.
I don't know. I don't see blood over there. I don't think he did.
Oh.
Eh? This-
Dang.
Wow. Eh. Then- Nope. Deal. It out. Holy shit. Alright, you and me, eh? Okay. Okay. Nice. That.
I got 3 picks.
Yeah, nice job.
Huh. With the Galil too.
Dude, the Galil and the FAMAS kind of kick ass. Been using the Galil lately too.
I think the M4 is just better.
Yeah, I mean the M4 is just better, but for how much cheaper they are, they're not that much worse.
Oof. Work.
Oh yeah. Be cool for Ali. We have first pick jungle. It'd be cool if you picked Evelyn. I'm trying to think of what we could have done better last game. Like, I think, I don't know. It's hard to get super fed with
Not
Akali
really sure
against
why
a
you didn't take a
mage.
shot on the guy in A main.
Like when you're Akali against a mage, it's gonna be a boring passive lane, but you can still get fed from like roams and team fights and dragon fights and stuff. But our bottom lane was not great for roams because we had a Yumi, right? Yumi Varus, they have 0 hard CC. If it was like a Nautilus bottom or a Leona bottom, I could roam down. Even a Brand or somebody who has any kind of CC before level 6. Because even after 6, Yumi's CC is not very reliable. Like her ultimate is meh. I guess Varus has his ultimate. But then bottom wasn't really what popped off, it was top. I probably should have roamed top and tried to kill more. And this might be Aatrox's fault. Like every time I look top, Aatrox was shoved to Nasus' tower. And that's exactly what Nasus wants, right? Nasus wants to farm under his tower passively and just collect his stacks, which is what he did all game. I think Aatrox played pretty much like the worst possible into Nasus. He shoved it to his tower all game, gave him free, safe farming. And then Aatrox just left and he was like clearing the jungle for some reason. Like clearing our wolves every time I looked. I don't know. And we didn't contest any of the 4 dragons. I guess the last one we kind of did, but by that time the game was just totally gone. I think Akali needs us to be contesting objectives so she can get some team fight kills. Otherwise, you're just kind of sitting there. You're not going to outfarm a mage. You can kind of keep up in farm, but not that much. Maybe I'll go jungle, I don't know. The last few jungles we had were bad. But then again, the enemy jungle was the same echo both games, and he was like pretty good. I wouldn't say he was like amazing. I feel like our junglers are just underwhelming. And then Aatrox as a champ in general is just underwhelming. Like he was strong. Like he's been garbage his entire existence until the durability update when the the like healers were super busted, and then he was super strong for, I don't know, a few months, right? Like 2 months. But that was like 6 months ago when he was strong, and people are still playing Aatrox. I don't really get why. I never see him like popping off. Yeah, he outfarmed him because he's just shoving the tower. But it's not about outfarming, right? Of course, Nasus is going to miss some creeps to the tower because he's been shoved, but he still gets to farm safely, right? There's no gank threat. There's no creeps being denied. I think Nasus, you gotta gank him a few times, right? Put him in the respawn, prevent him from getting experience and gold. Like the thing about Nasus too is when he's under his own tower, he can farm with Q, which stacks his Q. But if you're freezing the wave and he has to come out to lane, it's a little scary, right? He doesn't want to advance in the lane too much, so he tends to last hit more with like his E, his AoE ability. Like, and then that naturally pushes the lane because it's an AoE, right? I think you can keep Nasus accidentally shoving to your tower, which is super good. Then you can set up ganks and stuff. I queued jungle primary this game and it got mid anyway. Our jungler wants to play Evelyn, which is funny. Let's see. Who does Evelyn hate? Hecarim's kind of annoying. Udyr is really annoying, actually. I think Hecarim is more popular than Udyr. Well, who would have banned mid? Like, Akali's not really afraid of anybody. I don't care, I'll go up against anyone mid. Silas is great. Oh, Wukong's kind of annoying for Evelyn. He's like an invader. Pretty strong right now, too. Actually, it's probably, definitely Wukong jungle. Yeah, Vex mid, Silas top, probably. Yeah, Silas likes to play into Aatrox, too. We'll go magic resist. Probably. Yeah, that'll be good. They might lane swap though, is the thing. We need tenacity. Yeah, for Varus ultimate probably. Oh, this is good. No, Vex is fine. It's like any other mage. Vex is harder to all in is the thing. Like she has like safety because her W is a shield and AoE fear, so she like can't miss her fear with W. So if I tag her with E, she just waits for her passive to come up and then sits there, and like if you E to her, she'll just fear you with the AoE fear. The Vex is like a killjoy on Akali, but it's not really that much of a problem in general. Oh, it's Silas Jungle Wukong top. That's a little strange. Should be fine though. Damn, is this the same Aatrox we had last game?
30 seconds until minions spawn.
No, different guy. We've got... They have a bunch of like 0 played. That's weird.
Minions have spawned.
Guy's like never played Vex. He's on a cold streak. This guy mains Jhin. That sucks. Evelyn's on a cold streak. It's fine. Aatrox casual. Wow. Kind of weird to see someone first timing Aatrox in ranked. Like he's kind of a hard champion. I wouldn't say he's like meta either. That's weird to just pick him up out of nowhere. Now they have a cold streak and we have a cold streak, so it's actually fine. It balances out. Not like last night. Last night was ridiculous. That guy with like 9 losing streak or whatever. I'm fine paying that much HP to get those 3 melee. And he lost a bit of mana too from the Q. Didn't lose the trade that hard. Damn, his passive is up so much. It's like Annie, but he gets the free fear because he doesn't even have to last hit. Like Annie has to cast 4 abilities and every 4th ability is a stun. Vex just gets a stun for free, like every couple seconds. Freaking ridiculous. Now she's got electrocute up too, so she's got EQ electrocute with auto. So if I go up to last hit, I'm just gonna get like destroyed. I don't know why she went up there. She's like warding chickens. You know which way is pathing, dude. Like, not really a secret. He might try to steal the chickens though, is the thing. But if I deny it, he's gonna fear me. Yeah, I'm gonna waste it. I've defended the chickens. Hooray. Stands behind the ranged creep so that it can't EM. It's fine. It's just how you play. I don't want to go in because I have the mark on me. Mark is like extra damage and gives him some attacks of his passive. He's like using all of his mana. Now he's roaming top, but top doesn't need his help. There's already like 2 people up there. He's just boarding deep, that's all.
An ally has been slain. An
I honestly don't think it makes sense for him to be warding deep right now. Like he saw Evelyn get killed, so there's not really a gank threat. Evelyn's not even 6 either, so like, you're really gonna gank you? Vex is like kind of slippery. Not worth ganking early. Wait for him to run out of mana and then give him a bad back. He'll fear me if I go in now. That shield. He's almost out of mana. Wait, where'd that mark come from? Does that just come up automatically? Didn't hit me with anything yet. Must just be random at some points. I have no idea. Are we trying this? At least scared, so may as well advance while he's afraid. Tank just barely got in tower range. He's almost out of mana though. Can make him get a bad back. Nice throw him bottom and counter gank. But they're just recalling so they don't need a counter gank. Aatrox, just like Aatrox last game, is just hard shoving into tower. I feel like that's just not the strategy. I don't know. I'll W if I go in. He wants me to too. Yeah, I see. I knew it because he was advancing. I knew there was some funny business going on. Damn, he hurts. Where'd that come from? Just Dark Harvest? Oh, I guess he's got his items already. Helps a lot. I hate that item, this one. The one that I love because it does so much damage. Got the experience for it, that's nice. Oh man, he got his lost chapter. Now it's just gonna be infinite harass. I kind of want to ward the dragon. I don't know why they didn't pink the dragon. This pink is kind of like useless in my opinion. I'd way rather have one on dragon. I just use all of his abilities. I think I'll just let it push to me. Oh, is she starting dragon? No, it's just the settle. Electrocute is like yes and no because he has W shield that negates a lot of your burst. So like the W, his W makes him really good for like quick trades actually because he can get out without taking too much damage. But it could be alright, I don't know. I like Conqueror just so much more in general. Oh damn. Wait, why were we, did we start that? That was bad. And now Vex has ultimate refresh again, which sucks. We can try to sneak around and get the quick base. Then having it started, that's good. I can maybe clean up bottom. Vex's ult ran out now, so he can't follow anymore. Get this rocket for sure. Ah, oh, so close. There's nothing you can do about that. I figured he was just at the dragon fight, right? And there was a big fight, and then everybody recalled and decided not to take the dragon, right? So I figured since he was at the dragon fight, he'd probably cleared his bot side already, so he'd be clearing top side. So I thought bottom would be a free gang. I don't think my E was going to be up in time to wait, and then maybe RE the Varus. I think I checked and they had like 5 seconds left, but maybe not. I'll have to watch that. I can watch it in the replay and see. Vex is missing, but like I don't think his ult is up yet. Be fine. I don't want to defend the dragon. Fire flower. So they can't take this thing, dude. I think Vex is warding the dragon. They're following me to it. Alice is gonna gank top, maybe?
An enemy has been slain.
Apparently not.
An ally has been
For the Vex. Coming bottom. Is he just getting an angle for his ultimate on me? No. But pretty boring, like any mage lane. Is he breaking this pink ward? Is that what he was doing? Put that there, it scares them because now they can't have vision on it. Oh no, the Herald. Yeah, I know. I'm trying to figure out where you've died to. Well, I guess that's a death. Smiting doesn't heal you, loser. Nice try. You probably let this deny a wave. And push. Our Eve is like super bad. You should probably just be farming until 6, right? Don't need to do anything crazy. This I think Aatrox thinks we're trading lanes. I guess I'm fine trading lanes. It is hard to die as Eve. You have the ult, which is the free escape. I mean, I guess the Sylas stun. Sylas can steal her ult and then stun her and then ult her, which is pretty brutal. But like, I do fine against Sylas as Evelyn. I don't know. Like, wait for him to use his E and then it's free. Like, so many champs are like, oh yeah, they beat you, but you can just wait for their like key ability, right? Like, you wait for RE Charm and then it's free. You wait for ZW and then it's free. So Jin, you're pretty fine. Oh damn, this Soraka ultimate for the heal. Look out for the Vex ultimate. Vex is gonna ult him for sure. Vex is definitely gonna ult that for sure, 100%. Vex is afraid. This Rocky healing is like literally too much. I would like really want to go on it. We already saw Soraka ultimate, but her regular healing is just too much. Unless she's dead, there's no hope. Is it just her? Did anyone else stay? Oh, they got a TP though. Who's TPing? Vex? Had to be a Vex TP, yeah. Ah, that scared me. I thought that was Varus ultimate. I was like, I felt it coming. Because Varus can ult and then Vex gets guaranteed connect on his ultimate. I think we lose Dragon here. Because Evelyn is... Wait, Evelyn died? Where did Evelyn die? We're just like, where is she even managing to keep dying? Was the top? Where did that happen? How? How? Dude, I queued primary jungle this game. This guy wanted jungle. This guy primary jungle, man. This isn't like an autofill. I queued primary jungle. How is it possible? Even as an Eve casual, it's like not a super hard champion. Super basic, right? You charm him, you ult, like easy peasy. Like one of those basic characters. Good smite at least. That works. Oh damn, that guy got destroyed. What is that burst? Oh, he's got Night Harvester. Dude, Night Harvester, no damage, man. Night Harvester, no damage. Okay, now that these two are fed, oh damn, our top is getting crushed too. 1 in 4 top lane. I was like, we probably need the magic resist boots because those guys are getting stomped, but Wukong's also super fed, so we're kind of just screwed no matter what we build at this point. How did Aatrox go once? See, I'm telling you, Aatrox is like the most underwhelming character. Like every game I've seen Aatrox, he's like getting stomped. Like just play Riven, like she's meta and like basically the same character but better. Wait, Eclipse too? Is that even what you're supposed to get on Aatrox? Feels like meh. At least we're ahead on CS. Like we kept up with Vex CS wise. That's pretty good. Managed to get 3 kills somewhere. Dude, the Evelyn's behind 50% in farm too. That day. She's kind of a power farmer too. Like she's got the AoE on Q. She can clear her entire camps like really quick. Feel bad taking that whole wave. This Jhin kinda needs it. Let's see. The Vex has the biggest shutdown. We should probably try to kill Vex first. That's pink warded, which is nice. See if she tries to kill him under tower. She might be waiting there and then ult him, like cheeky. No, she's not. She's ahead enough and she has stopwatch where she could totally like do a flashy play under tower right there. But she stayed though. She stayed. There's the ult. Oh, I should have stayed just a second longer. I knew she'd try it. She has Hourglass too, so there's like no risk of diving this. Oh, if that was a stun, that'd be sick. But you tried. Oh, nice. She used her sphere. This is done. Easy. Our waste the fear on the creeps. Let's go. Alright, I'm running now. Oh shit, too late. Ult me. Ult me. Do it. There's the R2. Probably worth it for the shutdown anyway. If Evelyn came down, it would have been a fair fight, but like, oh well. Can't expect her to path where the action's going to be happening. Wukong also has a nice shutdown though. She went up there. Wukong is actually, who is? The Evelyn. I don't know who that guy is. Oh, the Evelyn. Weird. I have no idea. Maybe he bought a boost, honestly. Like, more common than you think. What do we need now? We need some magic resistance probably is the #1 thing. I hate to build this, especially like as an early item, but I think it'll work. Because the magic people are so fed. Dude, this guy does so bad. Okay, this is totally a boosted jungler. I've never seen this. Wait, 1 in 7, 1 in 7, 1 in 5, 1 in 9, 2 in 7. What? Every game? I could see like maybe one bad game, right? But like every game, really? See, if I'm gonna flash ult, it's gotta be on someone with a shutdown like Wukong. Not really worth flashing and ulting for anybody but Wukong. Like Varus has a lot of damage, but he's not really a shutdown. Damn, the freaking... Who has the exhaust? Is that Varus with the exhaust? That was sick. Oh, the stylist. I should have saved it for him. This is bad. This is super bad. He's gonna kill the Nami here. Oh, we do have 5. Oh damn, the Wukong's here too. Wait, where did our Eve go? Where's our Eve, please? Eve? Where'd she go? I mean, if they sneak that, I guess that's pretty good, but like, we could have just killed them and then taken it for free. I'm always about killing people and then just taking the objective after. Like, Evelyn still has ultimate. Like, for real? Dude, Evelyn's charming the jungle camps! She's charming the jungle camps! No! Oh, you hate to see it. You never charm the jungle camps with Evelyn because A, it doesn't give you any damage, and B, like, you're gonna need the charm if you get invaded, right? Like, it's your only escape. Why would you ever want to use that, like, 16-second cooldown ability on like a jungle camp. You just never do that. And she's had ultimate for how long now? Like, Evelyn's one of those characters where it's like Akali, right? You'll pretty much want to use the ultimate every time it's up, like immediately, right? Because it's super high value. It's almost a guaranteed kill. Oh man. Like it's one of those ults where it's not really worth having it just on cooldown. Like Xerath ultimate is kind of worth holding on to, right? Because you never know when there's going to be a fight, someone weak gets away, and you need the ultimate to catch them, right? So that is worth holding on to, but I don't want to kill the Sylas again because he's got Magi's. Yeah, I don't think they would do that. I can break this because I have the Mibop's shield. What's your face might come, like the Vex. Ah, he popped my shield. Oh no. And this Varus is like ready to die. Like he's in such bad positioning, but he's not worth any money and he's not really the threat in a fight. So it's not worth killing him. He's always right there. We need to kill Sylas, right? He's just running away with it. Look, it's the jungle diff again. I got cute jungle this game too. Super mad. Come on, guys. Wanted jungle. Got mid. Got counterpicked by Vex. Still did fine. Oh wait, what is that? That's a really bad charm, dude. Dude, you're invisible. Why are you in the bush? Be in the lane behind him. Dude. Why are you in the bush, man? Bush doesn't help you. The bush is literally nothing. Okay, we gotta go contest this now. Luckily, Evelyn can sneak around invisible, right? That's like her whole spiel. Guys. What is our Eve doing? You can at least flank, right? Because the Jhin is ulting right there. Yeah, he should be dead. Oh, he's got Rocket Belt too. Oh my god. Alright, this is over. I think this guy is actually boosted. Like, I never say that about accounts, but like when you are gold 4 forever and then instantly plateau, and then every recent game is like a crushing loss. Like, what are the games he's won? Like, not even good. Like, this guy never has positive KDA, even the games he wins. Super weird, man. Oh well. Our comp is actually legit, dude. Evelyn is like so strong right now. Doesn't help that the Aatrox got crushed too, though. That's like every game. Wukong is really strong right now, though, because of the Hydra change. Like, really good on him, because Wukong, the thing is, you know, Wukong has that basic ability to make a clone of himself, right? He goes invisible and leaves the clone behind, and the clone, when it goes away, like, spins, and that actually procs your on-hit items, like the Hydra. So the Hydra has, like, an on-hit effect, right? So the Hydra gives him, like, 2 on-hits when his clone dies or whatever, and he's autoing. So you just have, like, tons of healing. Oh, and when his clone dies, I think it's an AoE attack, too, so it actually, like, steals from, like, everybody. Super good. That's why Wukong is strong right now. But of course, we had a Wukong jungle game or 2 ago, didn't we? And he got like just destroyed. Oh no, we didn't. We had Hecarim. That's right. We had the Hecarim jungle. Got just murdered last game. Dude, the last 2 games. Oh no, we had the Wukong. Yeah, it was the previous game. We had Wukong jungle, and he like got crushed. Right? He was the 3-9 Wukong jungle last game. Now look at this guy. This guy can wield Wukong. Although I do think he's better in top lane, because top lane has the experience buff, right? Jungle kind of sucks because you're always like the least leveled person in the team. Dude, I just saved that Nami with my spell shield. Did you see that? I had the Banshee's Veil spell shield, and I walked in front of the Varus ultimate and saved her. Totally by accident. Hilarious either way. I don't think we can contest the dragon. I'm just kind of bored, so I like want to path towards it, kind of. Gotta get the Sylas because he's got 25 stacks of Magi's. Oh nope, he's dead instantly. This Sylas is just gonna clean us all up, like for real. guess I can take him away from the tower. Kinda nice. Watch me, maybe I try to sneak this blue buff. Oh no, not with Varus there, because Varus could ult me. At least his Silas is a mana culture, he gets the Night Harvester. Oh, I see a mana culture as well. No, because if it was a fuck around account, he would like have at least one good game in his match history, and there's like 0. Like it's all losses. It's definitely a boost, 100%. He probably, you know what it is? He said he's plat 2, right? He's plat 2 right now. He definitely bought a diamond 4 boost. Oh yeah, 100%. This guy bought a boosted diamond 4. It's like $100. It's actually pretty cheap. They bought a boosted diamond 4. Now he's just on his way down, just like non-stop losing. Thing is, I don't know why you buy a diamond 4 boost and then you like fuck it up by playing. You should just like not play, just keep the rank to show to your friends. Why would you queue just to like lose? Makes no sense. But still, he's doing better than our Aatrox, so like he's better than an actual plat player, you know? You gotta hand it to him. Outperforming one person on our team somehow. Do it. Oh man, that's frustrating. Every game today, if we had 3 really bad junglers in a row, right? And 3 different people, which is crazy. We had like the Hecarim, right? Super overpowered champ. He went 1 and 8, right? Like what? Then we had Wukong, like another super overpowered champ, right? And he went 3 and 9. I mean, granted, that guy had 11 assists. It's not so bad. But like his damage to champions is really low. He had almost as bad damage to champions as the Yumi, right? Like that's horrible. As Wukong. Wukong's like an assassin, right? This guy was tilted, right? So I'll give him stayed cool because he was like shouting at everybody. Yeah, so Wukong is an assassin. To have the same damage as Yumi is like, sketch. And then this Evelyn, like, okay, I wish you could repro people for boosting, but I don't think it's that thing. Like, you could call it feeding, but it's not really, because he's just like not his rank, right? Like, how do you report people for boosting? Boost? Probably boosted cat for season, then now plat 2, and what do you say, like loses frequently? Okay, negative KDA. And you could just tell from the way he was playing, right? Like, he was not pathing towards any fight that was going to happen, right? Like there's no gank perception for like bottom when there was a fight brewing with me and Varus bottom trying to shut down the Vex. Like Vex was taking tower alone, right? Like that's a great gank for Evelyn. Evelyn can like blow up Vex. Evelyn can like blow up anybody, right? And like get out safe. It's such a free champ. Hurts to see. Our damage was so bad. Silas just ran away with it. That was crazy. If it was Silas mid, I'd have crushed him too. Silas jungle's a little harder to deal with because you can't really invade him. Nuts. And that dude primary Q's jungle. Like, excuse me? Dude, this guy was bronze 2 in season 8. What? Oh. Man, I've never been bronze a single season. Like, when I started playing this game, right? Like, it just started. I think I got gold 1. Like, yeah, season 4. The very first season I ever played gold 1. Like, decent, right? And it meant something back then because there was no iron. So actually, back in the day, gold used to be more. It used to mean more. Because, wait. It might used to mean less actually, because there's a new bottom. So what happens? Everybody sinks down. No. It used to mean more, right? Oh. Asking if he's boosted. Yeah, he's just gonna admit it, sure, right? I mean, I wish you could like just flag it. Like, see, that's 100% boosted. It was at least plat 1? The Eve? Yeah, I think it was the Diamond 4. I mean, most people buy Diamond 4 boost. It's like the most common one to buy, right? See, I wonder how far back we can see his match history. Like, he never has like a really good game, right? Like his wins, he's like 2-6 and stuff, right? Like it's never a win because of him, right? Just flipping coins. Okay, he had a good Rumble game back in the... Oh wait, oh fuck, this is the boost. 100% this is the boost. Wait, it's just straight Rumble all of a sudden. He has amazing KDA every game. Wait, what? Maybe no. No, that can't be. Unless I wonder if you can play on the account while it's getting boosted. That's crazy. They're just out of nowhere starts playing Rumble and like crushing it every single game. Like MVPs 11-0 and 5. What was that about? Who was he versing? Oh well, he was versing an Ornn. That's kind of an easy lane for him. Oh, he wasn't even the MVP that game. There was a Riven. Oh, his whole team was just super fed. See, I don't know. Just super strange. Oh, we're primary queuing jungle again. Hopefully we get it this time. Dude, everyone's talking about advent of code. I thought it was so lame.
I am so thankful that this is not the real challenge and that I'm practicing today.
Oh yeah, I want Evelyn. No, I want Eve. Don't ban her. I want it. Man. Oh. Oh. Aatrox too, like... Okay, actually. Yeah, look. He's fine. Oh, dude, that Aatrox was diamond for like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years. Wow. The Aatrox was like legit diamond for a long time. I think he just had a bad game. But you can't really blame him for having a bad game too, because Wukong is strong. Nikki, was that you? Yeah. Oh. 3 bad ones, but it's like bad junglers, right? Which is a role I play a lot, so it makes me frustrated when people don't do it. But that last one is really stupid. Like the guy definitely bought a boost. Yeah, you can pay people, and it's surprisingly cheap. You can pay people to play your account and get you to like Diamond is a really popular one to get you to. Oh. I know it's popular to say that to people, like, oh, you're boosted, like it's an insult, but I never say it to people, except now I'm like actually serious, like that there's so much evidence of it here. I'll only say it when there's like a preponderance of evidence. I don't get mad at people, right? I don't accuse them for being like, I'll point out when they're bad, right? But it's like always objective. Oh no, it's Rek'Sai. Oh, that's rough. Oh, what's your main account? No, you get boosts on your main account. You pay someone to play on your account, though, is the thing. Maybe there was a 50% off boost for preseason. I don't know. Like a Black Friday sale for boosts. I mean, that's definitely his main account, right? Why wouldn't it be his main account? He's played for like how many seasons? A lot of seasons, right? You don't usually keep a side account active for that long. This guy's been active since season 8. That's quite a long time. I mean, if it's a fuck around account, he'd be good, right? Like, you don't play a fuck around account and go for oh Plateau. Right, and then just losing constantly. Doesn't make any sense at all. Whatever. like I'll see people on Puck Run accounts and they're always like crushing it, even if they're playing something completely off meta, right? Like Yuumi jungle, and they'll still be like just crushing it. That's how you know. A lot of people don't have mains. I mean, for a long time, I didn't really have a main. Hecarim is super annoying, or not Hecarim, sorry. Rek'Sai is really annoying for Evelynn because he reveals you basically. He negates her invisibility entirely because when he's underground, his vision is reduced to like this ring, like my auto, like that's Rek'Sai's vision when he's underground, like when he's burrowed. But then he has sonar for like the entire screen, and the sonar shows like a little sonar like blip, like a sound wave where there's enemies, right? Including Evelynn when she's stealth, so he can see like blip, 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 like somebody walking, and Rek'Sai's whole team can see those blips, right? So it's a huge value for your team. So that's why Rek'Sai is really good in pro play, because when you're coordinated with your team, having that free vision and like a huge screen wide like area is amazing. And the one weakness is that creeps and monsters will blip as well. So you have to kind of know where the creep wave is already to know if it's a person or a creep wave. That means when you're playing against Rek'Sai, it's like Dune, right? You have to like step, step, slide, right? You have to be in a creep wave so that your sonar blips kind of blend in with the creeps, right? It's sort of cool. That's like the counterplay is you stand by the creeps. But in general, it's just good against Evelynn because when you're invading the jungle, obviously you know where she is. You know where the jungle camps are. They don't move a whole lot. You can kind of tell right away. And then he has a targeted ultimate, which is good for executing Evelynn. Although, I think Evelynn ult can maybe beat his ultimate. I think I can negate the damage from it if I time it right, but it won't hit him at the same time because he's untargetable while ulting towards me and I'm untargetable while ulting away. So I think we'd miss each other, but I'd live if we did that. Ice is playing super aggro. Holy shit. Balls of steel when there's a Rek'Sai in the game. He might get level 3 ganked actually. Good, he's warding for it. He expects the level 3 gank. My passive, there we go. Another thing is Rek'Sai likes to invade because he gets free vision, or Rek'Sai's a girl actually, so she gets free vision of me doing this buff, right? He'll show the sonar right here. He'll know right where to unburrow and kill me. Really good for invading, and he's pretty strong one-on-one also. For some reason she's meta right now. I think maybe it's the Hydra. I think Rek'Sai likes to build Hydra. She's more like, it's not really an assassin, but she's like a really strong fighter, like Aatrox kind of. With an execute ultimate, like an execute targeted ultimate. Generally just really good. Dead gank. Oh, it's the same enemy top lane as last game, goddamn. This is the Wukong from last game that was on the enemy team. I can try to gank, we'll see if Aatrox or I want to deny him this wave by ganking, but damn, I don't think I can. Be here in case Rek'Sai. I knew it. Teemo's not coming. Teemo's so weak early game. Teemo like can't do anything until he's got his mushrooms. Oh, he got first blood. Damn, that was close. I really wanted first blood at that point. Oh. I think Rek'Sai probably went for this because we both started bot side, so he's gonna probably go for that and then take his I know he ganked bottom actually. Now we don't really have prio to go take the scuttle. I think Yona's gonna roam down and contest scuttle if I try. Oh no, she already took it. Wow, she took it and ganked that quick. That's crazy. At least I'm up in CS. She skipped a lot of camps. What? She even got scuttle and she's only at 22. That's crazy. Thought she'd have full cleared for sure. Dude, that means she ganked top before even full clearing. I was top after a full clear and she had not even finished a full clear. That's kind of crazy. It sucks that the first dragon is fire and Eve is like so weak early. You can't contest the first dragon usually. Oh, I got both scuttles. Holy shit. Man is productive. Kill both scuttles and he's down on CS. Doesn't make any sense. Damn. Oh, Aatrox hit 6, that's what it is. Aatrox kind of counters Teemo too. And this guy is good. He's the Aatrox from last, or the Wukong from last game. Wait for him to use all 3 on this wave. Damn. You do. Ooh. Get a red. Hope that dragon's not gone. Should have bought a pink for dragon actually. Yone's missing and he has self-heal, so he's really good for dragon. Makes me wonder if they're doing it. I'm not 6, I don't really want to jump the wall and check. Yone's back. I think we're okay. Unless Rek'Sai is being cheeky and stealing it, but I think she has to farm her creeps because she has like really low CS. Nice, just hit 6. Rek'Sai's top. Rek'Sai's gonna go and try to contest the drag or gank bottom or both. So we're gonna try to ward. You can totally see me, so it's a little sketch. Fine, we got him off. Rek'Sai though. Pretty good. You only have so much freaking healing. It's annoying. Just take the dragon. I don't care. Just take the dragon. Oh god. Oh, that's really risky. Thyra, I need plants. I got 1. That's not bad. But now if Fortune is 6, then she can come ult. And she might actually steal with her ultimate. Or if she's not ulti enough. Okay, that's fine. Like if I were Yasuo, I would have just come with us to dragon, but like, okay, he wants to try something. So bad for Kaisa. We both dodged the Yone ultimate though, that was like sick. Like stepped back and dodged it. Rek'Sai did not ult, which means she's probably gonna try to gank to use her ultimate. Oh, she was level 5, well that's why she didn't ult. See, that's actually one of the game losing mistakes right there you'll make as a jungler. Like I rushed 6 by getting my red and then Stone Bros, so I could be 6 for the fight at dragon, right? That's like the whole point of farming a little bit more. And this dude is not 6, and that can make or break the first fight. Might try to go for Herald now. Oh no, he's bottom. Oh wait, shit, then I get Herald. Holy shit. And Aatrox is recalling too. Wait, just let him recall. Dude, why'd you stop his recall? Holy shit. I'm doing this. Hopefully Aatrox doesn't come. His recall was stopped. They might actually just stay and then come fuck around. If this is boarded, he definitely will. Thank you, Kaisa. Let's do it. It's a team. Nice. I'm gonna take this because I'm like the roamer. Oh shit, Aatrox is dead. Let's crush his tower. Sometimes the top laners like to leave the tower intact because it means they get to deny creeps. Shut down! Let's go! Sucks that Yone came and guess it didn't, but that's okay. I kind of expected the Herald to finish the tower. It had like 40% HP. But then I remembered, and all the streamers I watch are complaining too, they nerfed the Herald damage, so it doesn't do like half the tower's HP anymore, which kind of sucks. Timo even had Demolish, he had the Demolish mastery. Can't believe the tower didn't go down. Because that'd have been a super clean fight if it did. Still pretty good though, got the shutdown on Rek'Sai is what it is. I think they're lane trading now. Can't pick what Yone. It's hard to one-on-one Yone. It's also nice getting Herald just for the experience in gold, same as Baron, like just a lot of experience. Is he fighting? His team was like non-stop fighting, man. Ball and steal. Holy shit, he's gonna do it! Oh my god. What a king. Anyone help him get the top tower? Oh yeah, Rek'Sai's bot. Rex bot, dude. Dude, don't miss this local experience. Holy shit. The experience! Dude! Dude! First tower blood. Oh no, actually we have first tower blood, my bad. That sucks. Don't want to get seen by the lane creeps, so I'll kind of go over here. And if I broke those, it would kind of give away where I am, so I'm not going to step on them. If she can see her tunnels are global on the map, right? They're like a little icon on her mini map. I think it's the same with us. So she can see when they get broken. Be like, oh, there's somebody there. How's the Counter-Strike?
Pretty good. We're on the last possible round right now.
Good luck. It's like tied.
Yeah.
Dang.
15 to 14, we're in the lead, and there's only 30 possible rounds.
Ooh. I'm here if we want to. Dang. I'm dead. Ooh, nice. Oh. Can't believe that didn't execute me, honestly. You can take the dragon now. I got smite.
What is this guy doing?
Why?
Now I can take his blue too because he's not up in time.
Silver elite, baby.
Oh, come on, Misfortune, don't do that. You know what? Get a stack. Yeah. Got a tomato up. That was huge. Probably gonna recall, honestly. Maybe. No. Rek'Sai's coming. A little sketch, but he's got no ultimate, so like, what's he gonna do? Oh, he misses W, no! Nice! If Kaisa W hit, that would have been a lot cleaner, but like, I'll take that.
That's a pretty big spread.
Yeah, she did ult already, so.
Are they in Nova? Or...
Yeah, there's Nova 3, Nova 2.
Oh, okay. That's not
Oh
actually...
no, the Yone!
I mean, like,
No.
the one... Yeah, but...
Yeah.
Come in with
but
ult.
that's silver
We can
elite.
maybe counter gank this. Or he's not gonna try.
Silver elite's
Okay.
kinda like the lowest you'd expect to see in with those ranks.
He'll just keep the wave mid.
I remember being silver once about this time of night. You queue up.
He's gonna ult after this. Nice.
And then you get down, and the whole other team is Master Guardian, and your guys are all like, you know, Novas and Golden AKs. It's like, why the fuck? How did this matchup happen? It's probably just because the Master Guardian guys, there's so few people for them to queue against. That's why. Well, they've been waiting for 20 minutes. Here's a game.
Yeah, come on, go gank the Teemo. Actually, yeah, I gotta go up there. Shit's starting. Rek'Sai's gonna be up there, so I can't take Toad.
I don't know how to.
This Teemo is fed. What the fuck?
No, I mean like all of the possible
Dude,
ranks.
insane.
Oh,
I'm a little worried about Rek'Sai, so I think I'm just gonna chill up here. Also, Herald is up.
I've seen a
And
list
Yone's
before,
missing.
but I
There's a
don't
lot of like
saw it.
things here that are screaming like danger.
They call them stupid
We
things
shall
as part of the problem.
Yeah.
Master.
Oh, Rek'Sai? Where is Rek'Sai? Bottom? Oh, okay, I'll just take Herald then. What?
And then, of course,
Free, I guess.
experience
I don't know. Oh, Rek'Sai is bottom. What?
bullshit
Dude,
doesn't matter.
this guy's not tracking the objectives like at all.
Yeah.
Jungling is like not that hard. Just gotta be like where the objectives are, right? It's bounty for them too.
Yeah.
Oh. Maybe we'll kill this Aatrox again, just to teach him never to play Aatrox again. Oh, we gotta go punish this guy and then get his tower with the Herald. Oh, okay, we can go back, it's fine. Buy this, and books are kind of a waste, but whatever. Yeah, we could destroy the tunnel. I go like the tunnels are not that great. You know what her old ultimate used to be? She used to have a global teleport to any of her tunnels on the map, which is super weird. It was like a 0 damage ultimate. It just like brings her to one of the tunnels on the map. It's like a Twisted Fate ult, but worse, basically. You used to want to break them all the time. Now it's like I don't really care if she can go over the wall. Like lots of characters can go over walls. I think that's special. Like,
This mouse is gliding like water.
it's special because of the sonar. It's like the #1 thing. Oh, I'm coming. That's not worded, that's good, but I don't want to get seen by sonar by going over there, so head out over here. He's going to gank for sure. Kaisa's advancing because she knows there's no vision now. See if we can do it. Oh yeah, there's Rek'Sai. Rek'Sai wants it. You can know it. You know she wants it. I don't even need to ultimate out of this fortunal. It's just like garbage. I kind of want to go get her. I think we could too. If I walked around, it'd be super easy. We can go in her tower. Oh, this is easy. Goodbye. Oh, whoops. I actually meant to playing too much Akali lately. I meant to just smite and then that would have been a double. My bad. Gonna fuck that up on me. I'll take the flash. That's fine with me. I can smite this much. 900 smite, right? Oh, now the Rek'Sai. Damn. I wanted Charmins, but I hit the Rek'Sai instead. Oh, close W, close W. Oh, Dragon's up. Couldn't have been advanced so far. Didn't even get the tier 2. Oh well. Be back for Dragon. Hopefully Yasuo comes and like defends it. Oh, Kaisa's back? Oh no. Kaisa went and recalled, that's like handing it to him. Of course, Yone's mid and Yone's weak. I think he can fight this. Yeah. Zyra, don't help with the plants, dude. I'm saying don't damage it, but you should be fighting the Rek'Sai though. You got like 5 people. Don't let her take it. Holy shit, dude. No! Oh my god, and it's a bounty for them. No excuse, guys. No excuse. Go kill Aatrox quick. Might be rotating. Yep. Dang. Got the moves. Should we Baron? Did I kill Misfortune first? He might be rotating around here actually too.
Yeah.
I was just a little too slow. Got a flash though.
Oh.
Yeah, they could totally have gotten them off drag. It was 3 versus 1. It was just Rek'Sai because we saw the Yone mid, who was too weak to fight anyway. There's no excuse not to get him off drag there. Oh, he totally got that. My bad. I'm probably gonna die here, honestly. Yep, can die. Execute ultimate. Too good. Too bad Yasuo's like wind wall is completely useless this game. They have like no ranged characters. Okay, we're gonna get this, that, and head up to the action. Misfortune ultimate? What about it? Oh yeah, the wind wall will block that, yeah. Pretty good, I guess.
Got it.
Oh.
Oh wow, okay, damn. Damn, this Rek'Sai's got out from every fight. The shutdown! Oh. He's literally got all the kills in the team. Yeah, the thing is, Misfortune, like when I'm playing her, I'll just wait until I see wind wall and then I'll go around it to ult, right? I'll just wait till he wind walls and then once it's gone, I'll ultimate. But then Yasuo can say the same thing. I'll just wait until Misfortune ultimates and then I'll wind wall. It's kind of like a game of chicken, right? Who uses the ultimate first versus the wind wall first. Game is ending soon, so I'm just gonna get this because it does damage to towers and gives you a 3-minute boost, and I think we can just end it in 3 minutes. Like, we don't really need to drag it out. And win like one more fight.
Sure.
Let's go.
Oh.
We kill. We really got to kill the Rek'Sai pretty much. Everyone else is like weak. Don't care about Aatrox. Nami's free, so I guess I would take it. He might have seen me there. I don't know. I didn't see the exclamation point, but maybe he saw me. Oh, Rek'Sai. Every time, man.
Yeah, I don't get it. It started pretty recently, within the last couple of months.
The team
really
group
good.
up. Oh. We'll initiate with probably Yasuo wind wall or Spyro ultimate. There's the wind wall, but he missed. Yeah, I see. Damn, this Kai'Sa's mad though. Let's go. I'm just gonna heal for a little bit.
Was that like a joke that they said, oh nice? I thought they killed the guy, Raj.
I'm not really sure what happened there. The guy with the op went out and
Crazy
got
Aatrox player.
smoked immediately, and then I tried.
Dude, I'm telling you, I haven't seen an Aatrox win yet tonight.
Blasted.
There's been one like every game.
Long story short, we got wasted.
Oh, the exhaust. We're not gonna just end this, guys. Rex. Feels good to get the Rex side for once. Aatrox is kinda gonna screw me here. That was really good by him. Probably screwed here, honestly. He's got so much freaking healing. Oh man, I don't know why we didn't just go for the end there. So weak. I should have just ended one. Yeah, now they get second Rock Dragon, which actually sucks on Aatrox and Rek'Sai. They're both super good with Rock Dragons.
Oh my gosh. Wow.
So you gotta play the game.
He can wait 6 seconds before snapping back, so your charm actually runs out before he snaps back. And then, yeah, I don't know. When he snaps back, it's also a cleanse too. Oh shit, that's not good. Oh, Teemo's gonna go for the end. Thank you, Teemo. God bless. I can go for it too, like I'm stealth, I can just get out in there and do it. Oh damn, his shroom ran out. No! Oh please, for the love of God. Please. Oh my god. Maybe I can get in there, ultimate and do it. See? They're gonna pink ward everywhere though. They're not gonna let it happen. Sneaky, 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 da da da, da da da, da da da. Stealth privilege.
Oh, you had time. You don't have
They're
time
like all
now.
standing around it like a pentagram. They're like, we need to protect every angle. I had ultimate too to get over the side of it if I needed. We should have just ended before. I don't know why we're trying to kill the... Like, it was my fault too. I hit the Nami with Charm, then I wanted to go for it, but they were kind of over by well too, baiting it out.
Oh. Man. One thing. Oh. I guess this is kind of the nice thing about a long match. At this point, the game would be over in a short match. It's the loss.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
Let's. Yeah, it'd be last round now. Yeah, that's why I like the long matches, because like this is just starting, you know?
Yeah.
Like we're totally way down, but we can pick it back up.
Yeah, definitely winnable. Like we could lose a couple more and still win.
Wow.
Oh. Oh shit. Oh. He like just didn't quite get the headshots on either. Yeah. Real close. That's why I don't like those dot crossers. I can't actually see the head. Like I need to see that it's in the center of my screen.
Oh.
Push. Okay. Cool. Bad. F.
What the Mary? Where the fuck did he kill me from? You can see through that smoke?
Okay, what?
I don't know.
Yeah, I was pretty sure. Oh. Like, what is that? Why is that like a yeah, we did a thing? Suck that guy's dick. What the fuck?
He's gay.
I know. What happened to Counter-Strike? It used to be all racist and homophobic. It's all the nerds.
What is this shit? Oh, a single, I guess.
But inside. Hold on.
What is this, guys?
Hmm. Boy.
Go mini or hut.
Oh, I fell. Ramp. Right.
Oh, wow.
Cool. Oh man. I know how that feels though. Just whiff every shot. Anywhere. Whiff. Key. Out. I think he's got it.
Why is he like fucking reloading?
Yeah, I don't know. Oh no, no cat. Oh, we might have it.
I don't know.
Close.
You sent me Pikachu.
It's the profile picture of somebody on our team.
I went to make a sandwich, so I was gone for a little bit.
Sandwich good.
It was good. Fake turkey, tofurkey or whatever. All veganed up. Full of soy.
No.
You gotta have the soy in the system if you're gonna crush some League of Legends.
Dude, no, you gotta get that meat on your bones. Crit.
First you have meat, then you want to start going outside. Not worth it. It's a dangerous path.
Slippery slope, huh?
Oh. Ooh, that
Oh, dude, watch the barrel.
Problems, Ash.
What?
The guy's profile picture on our team. The top fragger.
If you're someone who actively
Oh.
uses the internet, then it seems inevitable that you'll eventually hear about the game Dwarf Fortress, or perhaps more likely, hearing people talk about it out of context. For many, it's the type of game that remains a mystery, only approachable by those willing to invest hours of their time to learning the game's various menus and
Is Dwarf Fortress still
interactions.
going?
Despite being 15 years old, it seems like a game from a different era that hasn't changed much, and yet it still remains supported with updates. So today, we're going to take a look at this game's development history to see where it all started and how the game has changed over time, even if its appearance hasn't. Before we start, for all those who don't know what Dwarf Fortress is, I'd say it's somewhere between being a management and construction storytelling game that's also a roguelike trying to see how far random generation can go. You create a world with its own historical events, civilizations, and important figures. Once your world is made, you choose between the game's two main modes.
Can't believe that works.
Fortress mode involves the player taking a small band of dwarves to a chosen area in
There's
the world
no
to
time,
survive
like all
and
he had
build
to
a
do was not
fortress.
come out of hut.
You'll have
and
to
there was no
manage the
chance.
complexities of a growing society and the unpredictable nature of your dwarves as you try to dig as far as possible for as long as you can without collapsing due to internal or external factors. The other main mode of play is Adventure mode. Here you play as a single character of your own creation that goes out into the world to solve quests, find stories, and defeat powerful creatures existing in the wilderness. There's a much greater emphasis here on exploration and combat, with your objectives really being whatever you make of them. Both of the modes have existed since the beginning and changed over time, so let's actually see where development began. To look at where development started, we have to go back further than the first release, and look at the game's predecessor, a 2002 game made by Tarn and Zach Adams called Slaves to Armok, God of Blood. You might recognize this name even if you know nothing about it, as Dwarf Fortress calls itself Chapter 2 of this game. This was a 3D isometric role-playing game with a fantasy theme to it, where players played as a deity fighting various creatures. The game never made it very far into development, however, as the brothers were still experimenting and coming to the realization that 3D modeling and animation were long and intensive processes. This would result in them taking breaks to work on smaller side projects as a distraction, one of which was a game called Mutant Miner. While this game doesn't appear to have ever been released to the public and only a few images of it exist, Tarn stated before that it was inspired by a game called Miner VGA, a DOS game from 1989 that involved players digging under their house to find minerals and make money. Other inspirations included games like Dig Dug and a roguelike game called Bones that allowed you to find the body of your previous characters. In the case of Mutant Miner, players were digging to find goo and other materials they could use to upgrade their body to dig faster and further. The design of the game continued to expand as the brothers wanted the ability to control more than one miner and to make it real-time instead of turn-based. At some point, the game took on more of a fantasy design, leading to dwarves digging instead of mutants, with the main concept now involving players digging as far as they could with their dwarves and building things along the way. Once the group of dwarves fell apart or were lost, players would send in an adventurer to explore the remains of what they had dug to obtain a score. Enjoying the work they were doing on this game more than Armok due to the ability to more freely add features as a result of the ASCII graphics, as well as interest from their fans in this new project, Zach and Tarn would begin to shift their focus to the development of Dwarf Fortress.
Going.
On the 8th of August 2006, version 0.21 would be the first official release for the public. It wasn't considered to be a completed game by anyone, as there was still plenty that the brothers intended to add, but it was in a playable state. Players could generate a random world to start in, then choose between the usual fortress and adventure modes. You designate your starting dwarves, their jobs, and equipment before heading off to make your fortress, with the usual goal of survive and explore as much as possible, still being the player's objective as you order your dwarves to make a home in the mountain. Unlike later versions of the game, there was however sort of an endgame here, and that was adamantine. If you managed to dig too deep into the mountain, you'd come across a wall made of the stuff. Mining it would set in motion an unavoidable end-of-game event that would be sped up if you mined even more. After some time, you'd be greeted with a message that the fortress dug too deep and was lost. Interestingly, you could visit the fortress in adventure mode where all you would find is a large demon. This would, however, eventually be removed in future updates. It may look somewhat familiar to later versions of the game, but there exists one major difference that separates these early versions from later ones, and that being that these first versions of the game were only 2D. Despite its graphics, Dwarf Fortress is technically a 3D game, but these early versions were lacking a Z-axis, meaning there were no layers yet. You just send your dwarves out to dig further and further into the mountain that always spawns next to you without digging down as you usually would. Players would still have to deal with wildlife and other problems, but they wouldn't get the fortresses that go deep into the earth to protect themselves. This also meant that features like aquifers or some of the other oddities you'd come across while digging didn't exist yet. I decided to go back and download this version to try for myself, and sure enough, it's exactly as advertised. World generation is much more simplistic, as you don't have the same level of choice in determining where to build your fortress. Instead, selecting from various locations the game is chosen in the world. There are no additional settings yet for how old or big your world will be. You get 1050 years of quickly generated history, and that's what you play with. You have less options for starting equipment, and I noticed many of the jobs people might recognize are either missing or part of more generalized categories. The game would remain like this for just over a year, receiving a multitude of bug fixes, improvements, and other minor additions, until October 29, 2007, version 0.27 would come along with the first fully 3D version of the game. So besides just a Z-axis, let's look at what else was added. As you might be able to guess, World Generation received an update, having more terrain layouts, caverns, water depth, aquifers, and other additions that made use of layers. Biomes were made a little more unique, with additional plants and hundreds of new creatures. You now also had greater control over where to embark as long as you weren't trying to settle in the middle of the ocean. No longer would players just spawn next to a guaranteed mountain that they would dig into. Speaking of digging, you also had other item additions. More minerals, more gems, more metals, and the ability to turn them into objects. You now had things like cave-ins, outdoor farming, there was no longer an adamantine layer that would trigger a game over. You had more starting goods to choose from like the anvil, so players were no longer struggling to build their first forge. Skills were expanded, and tons of other items were added to the game. This is where you can really start seeing the modern version of Dwarf Fortress take shape, as more and more interactions and choices for the player to make were included. Of course, such a major update came with its fair share of bugs that needed to be worked out. I actually found this one forum post of someone reporting that fish were drowning in their adventure mode game. Whether this was actually true or not remains unknown, but that wouldn't be the strangest bug due to weird interactions this game would have over its lifetime. Frankly, you could do an entire video covering bugs or unintended features in this game. There have been update pages full of bugs and adjustments that have existed, and while I'll make mention of some of them, there's way too many to cover here, and I don't always know the context behind all of them or why they occurred. Things like cats not being able to drop off dead vermin in the correct location due to not having hands, or cats dying of alcohol poisoning due to the addition of eyelids, or just anything involving cats. From geese laying iron chairs to carp leveling their swimming skill by living in the water and becoming difficult to kill, to the infamous dwarven atom smasher, wherein a drawbridge dropped on any creature smaller than it would be crushed beneath it, or dwarves getting PTSD from the rain. Dwarf Fortress has been no stranger to oddities over the years. While the line between bug and unintended feature can be a bit blurry at times, these strange interactions, both good and bad, started to become embraced as part of the game's history, often being the source of many stories that people have come to hear about. Bad and unintended interactions still get fixed, but others are just a part of the procedural storytelling this game is going for. Moving back to development now, this early 3D version would last all the way up until 2010. Up until that time, minor patches were released to resolve bugs, unintended interactions, and more improvements to world generation that would come along the way. The game would also see its first Mac release in 2008 thanks to the help of some fans. The player base was growing, more people were trying the game out, and more mods were being made that would help make the game more approachable to individuals being put off by the graphics or its increasing complexity. But this was only the beginning. On April 1st, 2010, the next major update, version 0.31, would be released, and it would perhaps be one of the game's largest updates in all of its development history. First, regarding materials, the specific object that an item was made from now mattered. Its materials will affect not only its description, but its effectiveness. So now weapons and armor have attributes such as density, sharpness, how much strain and force the object can take before breaking, and more. This is the patch that really starts making the sheer level of depth and attention to detail apparent. Moving on to combat, military and squads would receive a massive overhaul. Players were given much more control over their chain of command, and allowed to have full control over what the military squads do. You could tell them what to eat, what to drink, where to go, where to sleep, their uniforms, equipment, training, you name it. You now had free reign to design your military and prepare them however you wanted. And since military-related matters were getting an update, so too was fighting. If you weren't aware, like all things in Dwarf Fortress, combat is extremely detailed. It isn't just two creatures mindlessly hitting each other until one of them runs out of health. This is a game that simulates muscles, blood vessels, organs, fat, nails, hair, for every part of someone's body. Trying to hit something has an element of randomness to it. A glancing blow may not hit the intended area, but there is always the chance that it can hit something else in the process. Things were rebalanced in part due to the changes to materials, but also changes to bodies, giving them this extreme level of detail. I checked out the game versions before this, and sure enough, there was still quite a lot of depth to combat. Bodies were split up into different parts that could be specifically attacked, but any damage done to them was a bit more generalized, as their different body parts had HP pools to determine their status. You could still get bruised and beaten, and bones could still get broken, but there wasn't the same attention to more minor body parts like muscles, fat, and tissue. You could maybe grab someone's left thumb, but you couldn't exactly punch out their left molar. This would also mean that there was finally a healthcare system added. The system before of just dragging wounded dwarves off the bed was gone, and now there were finally skills like wound dresser and surgeon that were proficient at different types of healing. You could also designate a chief medical dwarf who had the ability to create official hospitals instead of relying on unclaimed beds. If you didn't know, there is a difference between all of these medical skills. Bone doctors probably aren't the best at stopping the bleeding, but they can set any broken bones if the patient lives long enough, while a surgeon will obviously be better at surgery. Besides just changes related to the physical body, changes were also made to the mind of creatures as well. The attribute system was split into 19 different stats related to the body, including things such as strength, toughness, agility, and endurance, while soul-related attributes included details on a creature's memory, willpower, patience, empathy, and more. Every creature now had a soul that was responsible for storing these mental attributes, and it was possible for both physical and mental attributes to rust over time if they were unused, decreasing their effectiveness. Characters also had more detail to their appearance. Dwarves could grow beards over time, and their nails would become longer if they were not cut. Creatures could now be fat or skinny, tall or short, and all these different attributes would go into determining how fast they moved or how long they could go without food. Switching over to Fortress and World changes, burrows were added as assigned areas for dwarves to live and work, or would allow players to restrict places they didn't want dwarves going, or setting an emergency area to go if the fortress was attacked. Workshops could now use new body parts like horns or teeth for crafting, and you can now give alerts to your residents to get them quickly doing something. And of course, dwarves no longer instantly dropped everything they were doing if they started feeling hungry or thirsty, meaning less cases of dwarves dooming a fortress because they chose to have a drink instead of wall off a cavern full of demons. Speaking of caverns, underground layers were reworked to feel more diverse with new creatures and other objects to find. There was almost always something in caverns now, and some of them could be massive with how far they went. You might now come across underground animal people with primitive weapons that will attack your miners, you could come across some other random animals with random abilities, or you might enter the home of a forgotten megabeast. These powerful creatures like megabeasts and titans were also made a bit stronger in world generation, so there might be more of them around now, although there is always the chance civilizations will worship or try to tame them as well. You may have also noticed that I haven't been mentioning updates to Adventure Mode much during this patch and previous ones. While Adventure Mode was changing and would receive some modifications and adjustments specifically for it, many changes to Adventure Mode had some sort of tie-in to changes for Fortress Mode. So when the combat system was overhauled, those changes also applied to combat in Adventure Mode. There are more changes to come for it, but none of the major patches were really geared specifically towards it at this point. And especially for the early versions of the game, Adventure Mode was treated more as something you went to once one of your fortresses fell so you could explore the ruins. It would take some time for the world generation to have more content that someone could go out and explore, beyond just the remnants from a previous game and a few randomly generated quests. The next big update would arrive on February 14th, 2012, with the release of version 0.34. The goal with this update, along with other minor future updates, was to finish what would be known as the Caravan Arc. The intention with this development arc was to improve the role of towns to simulate trade and markets across the world. This arc technically began back in 0.3119, which in addition to adding grazing and other domesticated animal options, simulated food in World Gen, while making it so towns could be wiped out due to starvation. This however had the unintended side effect of kobolds becoming nearly extinct in game, due to them being carnivores and never being able to hunt enough food. Patch 0.34 would see further additions to towns in Adventure Mode, giving them more buildings, livestock, and other features to make them feel more alive, as well as introduce potential threats such as vampires. Dark and evil creatures was the theme for this update, with the introduction of werewolves, vampires, necromancers, and other undead creatures. And to top it all off, you now had evil regions of the world where creatures might come back to life whenever they die. Players also had more control over things like the world's history and size during world creation. Besides this, there would be some other minor additions to Adventure Mode requiring players to actually eat and drink now. Migrants to forts would now be historical figures with actual backgrounds, and changes were made to the justice system and reporting murders to help deal with vampires. These changes would come along with the usual set of bug fixes and improvements. Overall, it might have not been as big as previous patches, but as mentioned, this one along with other future updates would be smaller in scale for the Caravan Arc. The only other updates for the 0.34 patch cycle would include changes to civilizations training animals based on their locations, the addition of minecarts and wheelbarrows for transportation of materials, and other changes to hauling objects. It's important to note at this point that the game was becoming increasingly complex. Adding additional systems and changes would require more work due to the need to consider how all these different pieces of the game would interact with each other. Interviews given by Tarn discussing the game's development show that he can get into learning about some really obscure topics to get the info he needs to make such detailed systems. He's made mention of reading things like ancient Chinese law code for the game's law and justice system, or needing to learn about psychology to improve the thoughts, emotions, and personalities of dwarves. Systems could often be experimental or appear a bit strange, but it's hard to deny that a lot of work is going into producing these updates. This then leads us into one of the largest and longest patch cycles, version 0.4. While most patches from here until the modern day have fallen under its banner, there would still be the usual big patches with plenty of small ones. So let's start with the first one. Version 0.4 released on July 17, 2014, just over 2 years after the final 0.34 patch. The big update this time was keeping the world active during normal gameplay. In earlier versions, the world outside of a player's fortress was frozen, to put it simply. However, cities and civilizations outside of the loaded play area were carrying on with their activities, allowing players to more actively engage with other lands. While things like caravans, diplomats, migrants, and some beasts would still teleport to their destinations, other NPCs such as bandits, refugees, or invading armies would need to physically take the time to traverse the map, meaning if a group of invaders was planning to attack your fortress, you'd have more time to prepare if they were coming from a longer distance. Players could also now retire their fortresses as a means of giving them up to the world to manage as an active settlement, allowing these forts to be visited in adventure mode while they're still active, or players could unretire these fortresses to retake control of them. Furthermore, players could now reclaim old fortresses that have been lost or abandoned, although there is a chance that such fortresses are still inhabited by hostile creatures. Besides this, more plants, trees, and animals were added. Adventure Mode added a tracking feature and other combat adjustments, allowing you to do things like catch and attack if you're fast enough, and conversations and thoughts were rewritten to have more options and reflect a dwarf's emotional state. Numerous bugs would be fixed, stress levels would be added to make emotional breakdowns from dwarves more understandable, and it would take just over a year this time for the next major patch. Version 0.42, released December 1st, 2015, the Tavern Update. This update would allow your fortress to be visited by various groups and other individuals. Some of them might just be there to relax, or they could be a traveling group of performers, or maybe they're a monster hunter looking for something to fight. Dining rooms could now be designated as taverns, which would allow these visitors to appear and interact with your dwarves. Some of them might even ask for citizenship to your fortress, meaning that you could have a population now that doesn't entirely consist of dwarves, which adds its own complexities when you consider the fact that other races will need adjustments like their own sets of clothes and armor specifically made for their size. With these taverns came the need for entertainment to keep people happy, bringing different performance activities such as storytelling, poetry, music and instruments, dancing, and other forms of art, of course bringing with them their own sets of skills to determine proficiency. These taverns would come with their own dangers, however. Alcohol could now cause creatures to become erratic with the more they drank, possibly killing them due to excessive alcohol consumption. Taverns wouldn't be the only new additional room added. You could also designate new areas as temples and libraries. While temples had sort of existed as places belonging to other civilizations in adventure mode, now you could actually have one in your fortress. Some dwarves might have need of a place to pray to their deity, and temples now served as a way to keep them happy. Libraries, as you might be able to guess, served to store books belonging to your fort. While your own fortress may have scribes and writers that desire an area to create books, a library can also attract one of the new types of visitors. Scholars may request to stay in your fortress to use your library, and even add some books of their own, assuming they don't walk off and leave with the ones belonging to you. Books would have their own value besides just world-building flavor, as a method of teaching knowledge to dwarves that read them, as well as containing history, secrets, and in a more abstract scenario, serving as a blunt weapon. While you would first need to begin producing paper in your workshops, a good library could prove a nice addition to any fortress. As forts became more flavorful, the worlds generated by the game started to become more alive in the process. Fortresses were now becoming a small part of a much larger world, adding to the complexities of interacting with outsiders. The usual minor fixes and changes would then be released, this time adding the ability to be more specific with the materials used for professions, and the ability to specify the images used in decorations like statues and engravings. Vampires could also now be purged during world generation to stop them from overfeeding and blocking the growth of cities. The next version number, patch 0.43, would come out on the 9th of May 2016, about 6 months after the Tavern update. As for this patch, there isn't too much to go over here. In adventure mode, you can now do things like carpentry to make buildings, and create tools that you could use to build up your own sites. These custom-made sites worked a little bit like a camp or town for yourself, any companions you've picked up, or just as a place for your adventurer to retire. More depth was given to work orders for making objects, allowing players to more easily specify starting conditions for doing something, as well as how many workshops should be used or where to grab materials from. Outside of these features and some bug fixes, there really wasn't much added here besides 64-bit support, which, as the patch notes state, pulled the game from the distant past into the previous decade. Moving on to the final stretch of patches, we get to version 0.44, released on November 22nd, 2017. While 0.42 may have allowed other civilizations to cause problems for you by sending people to your taverns, 0.44 would allow players to cause problems for others by sending their dwarves out into the world. This would be an update focused on artifacts, which are rare objects of value generated in the world or masterwork creations made by your fortress. Military squads could now be ordered to raid other areas with the intention of stealing artifacts or recovering artifacts stolen from you. And with these artifacts came the ability to create museums and other areas dedicated to showing off your collection, both to inspire your dwarves and impress visitors. Adventure mode players could also get to partake in this new system, having the ability to hunt down artifacts, receive quests to find them, or utilizing features like the new ability to assume a cover identity to infiltrate areas by playing the role of secret agent themselves. Even more features were added to military squad missions in the .06 version of this patch. allowing military squads to not only be given missions of stealing artifacts, but to also do things like pillage, raise, and take tribute from other sites on the map, while gaining experience in the process. The Point 11 packs would also add the ability for you to establish your own sites out away from your fortress, and install your own leaders to expand your influence over a much larger region. You will need to be careful though. Not only will you risk antagonizing your neighbors even further, dwarves would now have long and short-term memories of emotional events. So don't be surprised if something happens and your dwarf now has PTSD. Although in the game's usual strange way, there would be cases of short-term memories being chosen as long-term ones that aren't really that traumatic. With the .44 version going strong throughout 2017 and 2018, the final major update the game has had so far, version 0.47, would only come after a major announcement. On March 13, 2019, Dwarf Fortress announced that a premium version of the game would be coming to Steam in the future. Due to some family health issues, the brothers going into their 40s, and uncertainties about the structure of Patreon to provide for them financially in the long term, Zach and Tarn would decide to team up with the studio Kitfox Games to create a modernized version of the game, featuring a new art tile set to improve the graphics and UI, more music, more sound, as well as Steam Workshop support to easily download mods. The game would still be available for free as Dwarf Fortress Classic, but this version was primarily meant to offer a way for players to support the developers, while receiving a newer and easier to understand version for $20. While the brothers would be helping with the premium version's development, their focus was still on releasing the next version of the game that had been in the works. And with that, the final version of the game before their focus was shifted would be version 0.47, released on the 29th of January 2020. This would be the first villains update.
Right.
Not only would fortresses need to deal with potential secret agents
I should
trying
not
to
take that because that'll
infiltrate
reveal
and
me.
steal their artifacts, but there was now the chance that
I don't
one
really
of
want
their
the
dwarves could
Scion.
become a
I kind of rather
traitor.
have the
New mechanics for
Katarina. Yeah,
interrogation and
there we go. Now she
counterintelligence
can't
were
jump on
added
my
to better
team,
deal
which
with
is
these
huge.
threats, and even adventure mode players had new options for intrigue to find rumors and secrets. Dwarves could now have relationship details hidden from each other, such as
so
affairs
close, so
with
close. The
children,
Yami,
outside marriage,
the Yumi
friendships,
shield
rivalries,
saved her.
and how much they trust those
It's too
around
weak to
them.
contest it though, so we at least get it. Just sucks that Katarina was the one to get the shutdown.
World generation, such as major.
That was a good flash because I flashed into ear for the charm, but then she flashed away out of E range. We can take this pretty safely. I'll actually head straight to the dragon. That's a good idea. Get one of these. I think we got our team far enough ahead where like this is gonna be easy. I have time for this. Well, I could kill the Ashe first. Like I can either take a camp or get a kill before dragon. We'll see which one. Velvet is top, like for no reason, because dragon's up. She should not be top. He doesn't need help killing her. She's like completely just done. She's like literally 0 hope left, unless she's got flash. Oh, okay, he didn't even need my help because he landed his ultimate, which is like free kill. His ultimate's like an execute. Should maybe kill Belveth on the way. We can probably just burst it down, honestly. I've got smite too. I didn't need the ward really because we already scanned it, but it's kind of nice, just ward to be safe. Like 70 gold to guarantee you get the dragon. We can kill her now. Some mana. Is she going to Baron? Or is she going up top for? Maybe Baron. I don't want to be here to shadow the misfortune too, just in case something goes down. Might have just been ward. Oh, she was getting the scuttle for Baron. Okay, so she might come to gank mid next. Go for her wolves eventually. Yeah, there she is. Whatever. That's fine. We could actually do this. We got her flash. We can make them come to us, guys. We don't have to be going to them. Well, I mean, there is a ward. Oh, shit. Bot might be fucked too. Oh no, never mind, they're bad. I think Zan could have started Q there. Didn't see it hit me. Want the Ashe, not the Scion thing. I think he's alone because they don't see me. Oh man, she's got flash every time. I could have ulted backwards and charmed her. It might have been worth it. No. We will pink that just to keep him scared. This is a little risky. Got ult though. I'll stand back here so I can ult backwards out if I need to, but I think okay. Oh, Belva's not even gonna contest it. Totally like out of motivation.
Your turret has been destroyed. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Any f***ing movement, if you even so much as sneeze, I'll slit your throat. Everything that you've ever wanted to say. I'm sure this will be seen years later. I'm sure we'll all be dead, either that or in prison.
In 2002, in the quiet city of Flint, Michigan, 19-year-old Danielle Taylor was kidnapped by 5 college students. Travis Peya, Jonathan Cockerill, Jimmy Carwile, Derek Faxlinger, and Christina Lum blindfolded and restrained Taylor, drove her to the woods, and forced her to sit in a grave they had dug. All of it was filmed on camera.
They're gonna set you down. As soon as you say one word, I promise to Christ, you won't say another. We're giving you the chance. For what it's worth, enjoy what you have left. I'm gonna let you know what's going on.
The footage shows the group mocking Taylor, who was clearly distressed and fearful for her life, all while being shoveled with dirt and snow. At the end of the film, Taylor is untied and she is freed. 2 days later, she retrieves the tape and hands it to the police. The 5 friends are arrested and charged with kidnapping and assault.
Quite frankly, it was one of the most repulsive, sadistic things I've ever seen in 24 years.
According to news outlets, the group of friends simply wanted to produce a horror film. One of them, Jonathan Cockerill, was even studying filmmaking at a community college. But their end result was so crude that it borders on illegal. What could have encouraged the filmmakers to commit and record such a heinous crime? As you might have guessed, it was 1999's classic horror film, The Blair Witch Project. Purportedly comprised of recovered footage, the plot follows 3 young filmmakers, Heather, Mike, and Josh, as they investigate the terrifying legend of the Blair Witch. The 3 attempt to document this legend, but things quickly go wrong. Allegedly, all 3 of them were never heard from again after this incident, and their footage was discovered a year later. Of course, this is all just fiction. The movie was revolutionary, capitalizing on the newly found footage style of filmmaking. While this style is overused nowadays, that wasn't the case in 1999. The film's handheld cinematography, unknown actors, and abrupt ending made people think what they were viewing was real. Not helping matters was the film's over-the-top marketing campaign. Its website included missing persons flyers for the 3 filmmakers, photos of their abandoned belongings, and a timeline of their whereabouts. Interviews were even staged with the police, news reporters, city locals, and the actors' parents. It's no wonder the film convinced audiences of its authenticity. Such is the case with these 5 filmmakers, who were inspired to make a Blair Witch-style film. The group argued that their victim, Danielle Taylor, was in on the stunt. But Taylor's lawyers disagreed, claiming that she was unaware of their motives. The prank was intended by the participants, but the last party, the victim, was not in on the prank. She pretends to play dead for about a minute. If Taylor truly thought she was going to be buried alive, she would have struggled. The crux of the arguments, and the actual mystery behind this tape, falls on one question. Was Danielle Taylor a willing participant? Or, as a 2009 Stuff article puts it, did Danielle Taylor consent to be taken to the woods in the middle of the night, have a knife held to her throat, and threatened with death? The tape was likely confiscated by the police and locked up in a vault somewhere, so analyzing the footage was impossible. For a long while, all we had to go by were news reports and small online discussions. But interestingly, MSNBC decided to produce a documentary on the event called The Real Blair Witch. It aired in 2003 and reportedly featured footage from the kidnapping. Despite multiple airings in the following years, the documentary faded to obscurity and became a disturbing piece of lost media. The search primarily took place on the Lost Media subreddit, where a user named Emerald Spring recalled watching the documentary on TV, but couldn't find much about it online. All that was available was an IMDb page, which repeated much of what was already known, and a trailer on Vimeo. The trailer has just over 1,000 views and was posted by Raw TV, a British production company. Given that Raw TV does not mention this documentary on its website, Emerald Spring decided to inquire about it through email. In the meantime, several archived web articles about the incident were found, one of which included a video of the attack, but unsurprisingly, it doesn't work. Also discovered was a WorldCat listing for the film at Brunel University London. This seemed promising, so the library was contacted, but they were unable to help. We do have a copy of the DVD, The Real Blair Witch. However, I'm afraid, copyright law being what it is in the UK, we cannot copy it or send it to you to copy. The license under which we are allowed to purchase and lend DVDs to our staff and students stipulates they can only be used by our staff and students, and may not be distributed or loaned to anyone other than a currently enrolled student or currently employed member of staff. Sorry, but I do not think we can help you acquire a copy this way. They were even kind enough to send photos. Besides a listing on NZ Herald, nothing else about this lost documentary was discovered. But interest in finding it was at an all-time high. In July of 2022, a new thread was started by a user named Old Demon, reigniting search efforts. This time, Redditors found snippets of the documentary on the Internet Archive. The format is strange. It appears to be the entire program, but broken up into 1-minute segments. There is no way to download or stitch them together, which makes viewing the full documentary cumbersome, but possible. The clips were uploaded in 2015, so the documentary was never truly lost, at least not for long. Keep this in mind though, it'll become interesting later. Nevertheless, a different user named Transbian8787 uploaded their personal copy of the documentary to YouTube, complete with opening studio credits and no watermark. This wasn't the same video from the Internet Archive. This was a separate master copy. Curious, I reached out to Transbian8787, and they explained that they're a freelance contractor hired by various UK and US TV networks to convert, digitize, and preserve their work. Having heard of the lost Real Blair Witch documentary from Reddit, Transbian8787 contacted the original production company, received a copy of the master, and subsequently uploaded it to YouTube. So with all that out of the way, let's take a look at the documentary and see if we can discern whether or not Taylor was in on the act. The program comprises footage from the incident, the court case, and interviews from those involved and their lawyers. We see Taylor in Pea's house before she is, either knowingly or unknowingly, blindfolded, kidnapped, and threatened. This is disturbing at first glance, and implies that Taylor was truly being attacked. But take a look at the following scenes. Taylor verbally announces that she is untied, and she even scratches her nose later, despite supposedly being bound. The filmmakers do nothing about this. If this is a genuine kidnapping, surely the kidnappers would have better restrained their victim. But they don't, because in their mind, this is all just a film, and Taylor is part of it. 4 of the 5 friends, Kaya, Cockerell, Carwell, and Lum, drive Taylor to a forest 30 minutes away. Derek Faxlinger stays behind. We never see footage of Taylor entering the vehicle, so it's unknown if she willingly cooperated. Nonetheless, during the drive, Kaya tells Taylor to say goodbye to her family.
Mom, everybody, I love you. I'm sorry for everything. You guys, I really don't have much to say to you guys because I can't say nothing.
Cockerell holds a knife to Taylor's face. Unbeknownst to Taylor, the sharp tip of the knife is covered by tape. This, according to their lawyers, shows that the group meant no harm and that it was all a ruse. But the tape is extremely thin, and the rest of the knife's sharp blade is uncovered. We can also see that Taylor is clearly distressed and panicking. If this was all just an act, and if Taylor was truly in on it, then she's a pretty good actress.
I can't believe that she was scared or anything like that. Thought we was gonna kill her with the knife that was taped.
Taylor is then carried by Kaya to the woods, where she is placed in a grave. She lets out one last cry, but it's ignored. Overall, a really disturbing scene. However, there are parts where the make-believe shows, such as the following scene, where the group is obviously pretending to slit her throats.
She's clearly acting, because we know her throat wasn't slit. We know she's not dead, but she pretended. She actually went along with the play, as she was doing all along.
And, of course, the ending, where Taylor is untied and visibly relieved.
The reaction of anger, one of like, you with a lot of foul language, I can't believe you guys did this to me. It's a very cruel and inhumane joke to play on a person. You wouldn't expect to see
Because he doesn't know her name. I think that enhances the prosecutor's case that, look, she's not a part of the act. I mean, she doesn't get up and laugh and take a bow herself. She doesn't get her credits, where credit would be very much due if she was.
Something else that's odd about this case is the time it took for Taylor to go to the police. Why did Taylor wait 2 days to report the incidents? Wouldn't someone who escaped captivity go straight to the police afterwards? Well, unfortunately, it's not uncommon for crimes to not get reported. And according to a Salon article, Taylor only did so after visiting her doctor the very next day, who noticed a bruise on her wrist. Despite this, Taylor was invited by Kaya to view a screening of their film at his house. She accepted and used this opportunity to retrieve the tape. The case divided the residents of Flint, Michigan. Some believed the kids went too far with their film, while others were convinced that Taylor must have known beforehand and was simply seeking revenge. Whatever the motive, the 5 friends were ultimately tried and charged for attempted kidnapping and assault. All of them were eventually freed. This case gets brought up from time to time, and the true motive behind Kaya's film and Taylor's actions are hotly debated. So what happened to Taylor and the group afterwards? Well, this is where the whole ordeal becomes. Remember how the documentary on YouTube and the fragmented one on the Internet Archive are different? They use the same footage and cuts, but the narrators, text fonts, and even some of the information are different. The UK version concludes with the song Mad World by Gary Jules.
I just want this to be over with. don't want to be recognized for anything. Just want to go on and live my life and not have people look down upon me because, oh, you're that, you know, kidnapper guy or anything like that. I just want to live my life back to normal, back before all this. I just want to be who I was.
The US version, however, does not. It actually offers some insights into the aftermath of Travis Peya, Jonathan Cockrell, and Jimmy Carwile. According to this version, the three plead no contest to charges of kidnapping and assault. Peya and Cockrell receive 8 months, while Carwile only gets 4. After completing probation, their kidnapping charges were removed from their personal record. Unfortunately, it is also revealed that Travis Peya passed away at the age of 24. The documentary does not state the cause of his death, but a Mindset-based thread from 2006 reveals the truth: suicide. Near the bottom of the page are several testimonial blogs from MySpace. None of these have been properly archived, but all 3 go into Peya's death. As many of you know, Travis Peya, former Kersey grad class of '99, passed away this week. The third testimony, seemingly ran by an angry parent, implies that, quote, a drug overdose is suspected in the death of Travis Peya, awaiting toxicology results. Furthermore, Derek Faxlinger, the 4th man involved who stayed behind after the kidnapping, also passed away. He was just 23 years old. In his final years, Faxlinger reportedly became an organ donor and helped over 30 people through his donations. However, in 2007, he suffered a serious brain injury and fell and hit his head during an epileptic seizure. The article about his death is unavailable, but when this thread was rediscovered by Reddit, obituaries were found for Peya, Faxlinger, and even Cockrell, who died at his home in 2014 at the age of 32. 3 of the 5 filmmakers involved in The Real Blair Witch have passed away, none of whom reached 40. So what is one to make of all this? I find it extremely difficult to defend these guys, but I really don't think they intended to actually commit a crime. Otherwise, they wouldn't have freed Taylor. They would have gone all the way if that was truly their goal. However, I am by no means excusing their actions. First of all, it's a pretty messed up thing to do, regardless of intent. And second, Taylor's fears look authentic, and any normal person would have realized this and stopped what they were doing. Overall, poor communication and misguided judgment led to a messy trial with a grim aftermath. But that is just what I think. Take a look at the footage yourself and tell me your thoughts. Take care, and I'll see you next time.
been destroyed. turret. Your inhibitor is respawning soon.
In order to appreciate today's story, I actually have to give something away right now, and that is the main character survives. The reason I have to tell you that is because during this story, there is a really intense event that happens, and I use really specific descriptions for how something looked, how something felt, how something smelled, and if you didn't know I was pulling that from the survivor who lived to tell the tale, you might think I was just making it up, but I'm not. But before we get into that story, please because the like button on all stories. 49-year-old Matt Dyer climbed on board a tiny 19-seat Twin Otter airplane that was parked on the tarmac of the Montreal International Airport in Canada. Matt was about to take off on the first of 2 flights that would take him and 7 other adventurous people deep into one of the most remote and wild regions in North America. For Matt, this trip was going to be the most amazing journey of his life. He had seen the ad for this 2-week-long expedition about a year earlier when he was looking through a magazine put out by an environmental organization called the Sierra Club. Now, even though Matt was a lawyer, he didn't make much money. He lived in this tiny town in central Maine where he made a living by offering either free or very low-cost legal assistance for some of the state's poorest residents. But Matt was an avid outdoorsman, and when he saw the opportunity to explore one of Canada's newest national parks that was so far north it was practically in the Arctic Circle, he decided the hefty $6,000 price tag was well worth it. 2.5 hours later, after flying over 900 miles due north away from the airport in Montreal, the Twin Otter airplane that Matt and the others were riding on touched down on a narrow gravel landing strip situated between this huge forest on a mountainside and a river on the other side. After climbing off the plane with all of their equipment, Matt and the 7 others hustled their way over to this stretch of flimsy plywood buildings that lined the runway. These buildings and this entire area they were in was not a part of this new national park they were going to. This was like their staging area to prepare and get ready before catching another flight that would bring them into the park. And so Matt and the 7 other people he was with, which included the 2 trip leaders from the Sierra Club, they would stay at this temporary base camp for the next couple of days, going over their hiking routes and talking about emergency procedures and protocols. And then after those 2 days were up, the group felt like they were ready. And so the group packed up all their things and they boarded the tiny float plane out on the water that would take them to their final destination, this new Canadian national park, better known as the Torngat Mountains. 45 minutes later, the pilot of the float plane began to descend through the clouds to make their landing on a little water inlet. And as the pilot did that, Matt and the 7 others were able to look out the window and actually see the Torngat Mountains for the first time. Now, all of them had seen dozens and dozens of pictures of this area, but seeing it for the first time in person was still shocking. The area looks like an alien planet. The wilderness in and around the Torngats is not the same kind of wilderness we think of when we think about going hiking in the forest or going camping or something. No, the wilderness in the Torngats is primordial. It's like you're looking out at a place from the very beginning of time, like dinosaurs should be walking around this area. As far as Matt could see, in any direction were these huge, jagged mountains that had been carved out of the earth by glaciers hundreds of thousands of years ago. And those same glaciers had created hundreds of waterways between the mountains called fjords that almost looked like blue-veined fingers. And even from high up in the plane, Matt could look down and the water of these fjords were so clear that he could see these speckled backs of brown trout swimming beneath the surface. But while this landscape was undoubtedly spectacularly beautiful and pristine and totally incredible, it was equal parts unwelcoming to people. There are no roads in the Torngats, there's no campsites, there's no facilities, there's no internet, there's no cell phone, and the weather is unbelievably harsh. It's freezing cold and wet most of the time, and then even when it's a little bit warm and a little bit nice there, the weather can change in an instant and become freezing cold and wet all over again. And so, as such, the handful of visitors that go into this area every year are expected to be 100% self-reliant, because this really is one of the most dangerous wild regions in the world. But for Matt, as he looked out his window and surveyed this landscape, he wasn't second-guessing his decision to go into this hostile environment. No. I mean, the reason he was willing to fork over all that money to go on this trip is because he really wanted to experience extreme wilderness firsthand. And so finally, the pilot of the float plane came into land on this little water inlet, and then the pilot ferried the craft over to this beach, and then Matt and the 7 others piled off onto land with all of their things, and then as the pilot turned around and left, the 2 Sierra Club trip leaders, a 61-year-old man named Rich Gross and a 60-year-old woman named Marta Chase, told the group to pick up their things and follow them. And so Rich and Marta led the hikers about 500 feet away from where they had just been dropped off, up to this slightly elevated, mostly flat area that kind of overlooked the fjord and had this incredible view of all the mountains around it. Now, unlike the temporary base camp they had been at for the past couple of days, this camp was nowhere near any forests. They were basically on a wide open plain that kind of went right up into these mountains. So it's very wide open where they're staying. And so after Rich and Marta instructed the group where to set up their tents, Matt and the others got to doing that, and then after they were all set up, Rich and Marta put a small electric fence around the perimeter of their tents to keep any nosy animals out, and then the group headed up a little bit higher on this mountain near them to take their first group photo. And in this photo, they all looked so happy and so excited for what's to come. And over the next couple of days, their trip would go exactly to plan. During the daytime hours, they would hike all of their pre-planned hiking routes all over the mountains and down near the water. And at night, they would eat their food and drink fresh water from the fjord and swap stories from back home. But their perfect trip was about to become a nightmare. I've been married to my wife, Amanda, for nearly 12 years, and I just love her so much. She's so thoughtful. But all the addition evening hours of Tuesday, July 23rd, so 2 days after the group arrived in the Thornback Mountains, Matt and the others returned from one of their hikes. Now, the day had been cold and rainy, but the group was in good spirits. This was their last day at this particular camping spot. The next morning, they were going to pack up and head farther inland to their next camping spot. After Matt and the others had put their gear back inside of their tents, they came back out to see that Rich and Marta, the 2 trip leads, had organized a special feast for the group to celebrate the successful beginning of their trip. And so the group all sat around eating salami and crackers and drinking rum mixed with lemonade as they talked excitedly about the next couple of days and what they could expect. At some point during the festivities, Matt was tired, and so he broke away from the group. He climbed back inside of his tent, got inside of his sleeping bag, and before long, he was fast asleep. A few hours later, around 3:30 in the morning, Matt suddenly woke up. He had no idea what had woken him up, and so for a second, he just lay there listening to the outside world and just kind of staring straight up. Now, the moon was out that night, so there was some illumination, and as he looked straight up at the underside of his tent, he sees this huge figure move across the side of his tent and then stop right on top of him. And then before Matt's brain could process what was happening, this huge figure began pressing down on the fabric of Matt's tent. And so he's seeing his tent collapsing in on him. Matt's not doing anything. He's not saying anything. He's just watching in horror. And then suddenly the tent rips open and these 2 arms reach into the tent and they grab at Matt. And Matt threw his hands up in defense and screamed out for help. And as he did that, he suddenly felt this vice-like grip on the top of his head, and then before long, he was being pulled out of the hole in his tent out into the night. And as Matt is being dragged along on the ground, having no idea what's going on, he can't move. All he can hear is this crunching sound, which he would later find out was the sound of his skull and jaw breaking. And he started to smell this horrible, rotten fish smell, and then he felt what felt like saliva coming over his face. And then Matt began kind of trying to look around because he couldn't really move his head. And he noticed all he could see was white fur. And it was then that Matt realized he was in the jaws of one of the world's most powerful and deadliest predators. Standing 10 feet tall on its hind legs and weighing as much as 1,700 pounds, the North American polar bear sits right on top of the Arctic food chain. And now this apex predator was dragging Matt by the skull down to the beach where Matt knew he would be eaten, even if Matt was still alive when the eating began. When the bear first ripped open Matt's tent and bit down on the top of his skull, Matt let out that scream, and it actually woke up the entire camp. And one of the first people to emerge from their tents to see what was going on was one of the trip leaders, Marta. And so she jumps out of her tent, and just 3 feet away from her, she sees this huge polar bear on its hind legs diving into the tent to get after Matt. And so Marta instinctively yells out to Rich to get his flare gun, and she dove back into her tent to retrieve her own flare gun. But by the time she and Rich had both emerged, gun in hand, this polar bear had already dragged Matt 200 feet away from the camp. And by this point, the other hikers in the group had also emerged from their tents, and after realizing what was going on, they just stood there, absolutely paralyzed with shock, staring at this bear dragging one of their companions down to the beach to be killed. Then, after Rich fired his flare gun generally in the direction of the bear, it kind of snapped the group out of their paralysis, and then moments later, they were all screaming and banging pots and pans to try to terrify the bear into releasing Matt from its jaws. Matt couldn't hear the sounds of his companions calling out to try to save him, nor did Matt feel any pain. He was in shock. The only thing going through Matt's head as he was being dragged along the ground to the beach was, I'm going to die. I'm either going to die on the way to the beach, or when I get there, then when the bear starts eating me, I'm going to die. And when he thought about this, it was with a kind of eerie, calm detachment. Like he wasn't sad or mad, it was just kind of a fact. This was going to happen. But as Matt was kind of making peace with his reality, Rich fired that flare gun shot, and that ball of chemical fire exploded basically right in front of the polar bear's face. And the polar bear, who was startled by the flare, instinctively whipped its head to the side, up, and then down again, and it didn't let go of Matt. And so Matt flipped like a rag doll up, and then was slammed down into the ground. And when Matt hit the ground, he heard the sound of his neck breaking. But as Matt was laying there, the bear released him from its jaws, and then behind Matt, the bear turned around and began walking away. And so Matt could hear the sound of its big paws moving away from him, and suddenly Matt's thinking, oh my god, I might survive this. And so he tried to lay as still as he possibly could so as not to attract any attention, and he began repeating in his head over and over and over again, please bear, go away, please bear, go away. But as if out of a horror movie, as Matt is laying there repeating this phrase, he hears the sound of this bear stopping, turning around, and start moving back towards him. And so Matt's just thinking, okay, it's gonna come back over here, it's gonna bite my head, and that's the end. But luckily, Rich, by this point, one of the trip leads, had run down closer to the beach, reloaded his flare gun, and right as this bear was going to bite Matt again, Rich had fired that flare, and once again, the chemical fire had kind of exploded right near the bear, causing it to get startled, and turned around, and ran off, and this time the bear did not return. It would turn out Rich and Marta, the two trip leaders from the Sierra Club, had chosen a location for this campsite that was so heavily trafficked by polar bears, it was referred to as a polar bear highway. When all of the hikers, which included Marta and Rich, had been given their safety brief when they were staying in those plywood structures at that base camp near the runway, well, part of the brief was whenever you make camp in the corn dots, you want to be at least a quarter mile away from water. Go way inland, because the polar bears hunt and fish and walk around right along the edge of these fjords. But despite all 7 members of the Sierra Club expedition being experienced wilderness backpackers, none of them really appreciated just how dangerous it was to be camping or even hiking around in known polar bear territory. And so this is why they ultimately ignored the safety brief and set up their first camp just a couple hundred feet away from the water's edge. And even prior to the attack on Matt, when the group literally saw polar bears wandering around near their camp, and even at one point had to fire their flare guns at the polar bears to get them to leave, the group still decided it was best to stay at this particular campsite. Perhaps they believed their electric fence they had set up around the perimeter of their tents would protect them from these polar bears, but obviously that had not been the case. The bear that attacked Matt had been totally unaffected by that fence. Matt would survive this attack, but really only because one of the members of the expedition happened to be a medical doctor, and so they were able to stabilize Matt until help arrived. Matt's injuries were extensive. They included a broken skull, a broken jaw, he had slash marks and puncture wounds all over his head and his neck, and all of those wounds got horribly infected. And also his voice was permanently changed as well, because the bear also slashed his vocal. Following the attack on Matt, Parks Canada, which is the agency that oversees all of Canada's national parks, including Torngots, has mandated that any organization going into Torngots National Park has to have a polar bear protection plan in place. As for Matt, he does not make a big deal about his near-death experience. In fact, he kind of makes light of it, and sometimes even makes jokes about it. As for the polar bear that attacked him, Matt holds no ill will. If anything, the attack has made him more interested and appreciative of the victim's predator. In August of 2014, so 11 months after Matt's monster death, he returned to the Torngots and even visited the actual site of the attack without the exposure. Except this time, he was in the company of an armed polar bear. So that's going to do it. If you got something out of today's episode and you haven't done this already, the next time the like button asks you to get them cereal, say yes, and then go to the store and buy the huge single biscuit shredded wheat cereal. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. We have a podcast called the Mr. Ballin Podcast that puts out brand new podcast exclusive stories on Monday mornings, and on Thursday mornings we put out remastered audio of our best YouTube videos. Again, it's called the Mr. Ballin Podcast, and it's available exclusively on Amazon Music. Consider donating to our charity. It's called the Mr. Ballin Foundation, and it provides support to victims of violent crime as well as their families. Monthly donors to the Mr. Ballin Foundation Honor Them Society will receive free gifts and exclusive invites to special live events. Go to MrBallin.Foundation and click on Get Involved to join the Honor Them Society today. We have 2 additional YouTube channels, Mr. Ballin Shorts and Mr. Ballin en Espanol. We also post near daily content on TikTok, Facebook, and Snapchat. All of those pages are just called Mr. Ballin. If you want to get in touch with me, please follow me on any major social media platform and then send me a direct message. My username is just @MrBallin, and I really do read the majority of my DMs. Check out our merch at shopmrballin.com, and if you have a story suggestion, please submit it to our subreddit, just called Mr. Ballin. It's linked in the description below. So whether I see you on Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Reddit, YouTube, Facebook, other YouTube channels, the podcast, wherever, just know that I really appreciate your support. And until next time, that's going to do it. See you.
Has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. destroyed.
Alright, let's take a look at the full change log. Okay. I'm not going to look at the Zeri one. Yeah, I'm not going to look at the Zeri one. We're just going to do this really quick. So, Scion. Base mana, 330 to 400. Mana growth, 42 to 52. That's actually really big. So, Scion's getting 50 spell caps for free. Q base damage is also up. This is the thing that people have to be very wary about, is that the durability patch is slowly being undone when champions keep getting damage added back. Okay. Cho'Gath, passive mana restore 3.5 to 7.5 to 5 to 10. That's actually a really big deal, especially in his early laning, when he's just trying to do the Lost Chapter recall. But this is a really big buff to the non-AP Cho'Gath, who's getting a lot of extra mana back. W base damage 75 to 275 to 80 to 300. That is a lot of damage that is added back. And obviously that's the second max on AP Cho'Gath, but it is the last max, I believe, on tank Cho'Gath. So because it's the last max on tank Cho'Gath, it's not like super big, if they're mostly doing this nerf because of tank Cho'Gath, but for AP Cho'Gath, that is a lot of extra damage overall. R cooldown 80 to 80 to 60. The only one that really matters is like the 10 seconds when you're trying to get the stacks up on feast on like minions. Amumu health growth counter is up by 11. That's actually quite sizable. Q mana cost 30 to 50 to 40 to 60. That's fine. E base damage 85 to 185 to 80. So they're actually nerfing all of his damage, but they're making him a little bit tankier. So yeah, whatever. W base damage per second, 12 to 28 plus 1 to 1.6 to 12 to 28 plus 1 to so they're making him tankier so that he's going to be tanky and and they're giving him the damage back with the target's max HP. Okay, I think that's a good change. I think that's a really good change. Shadow Cane, passive damage 8 to 30. To 13 to 40%. That is a lot of damage being added back to Shadow Cane. And again, this all goes back to the undoing of the durability. Heal ratio 35% bonus, 45%. That's really gross for Shadow Cane. Meowkai, passive healing 4 to 34 plus 4 to 10% max health base level 2. 4 to 34 plus 4 to 12%. 2 bonus monster damage 80 to 160 to 120 to 200. What is going on? It's getting so many buffs. What is happening? 2 base damage, 55 to 245, plus 2 to 3% of target is 270. Why are they just giving him... What is... Maokai is already good, man. What is going on here? Zach, passive healing. 6.25% based on R max rank. Max health to 427. What? No, it doesn't really impact too much. It doesn't impact too much until like way later. Cooldown 15 to 9. That's really big. Q base damage 40 to 100. 5% of Zach's max health. 40 to 100. What is going on? Dude, they're just undoing the durability patch and they're making it link of tank. I love it. Passive damage on plus 2% ability power. Huh? I'm not understanding it. Q AP ratio 90 to 100. Q self heal missing HP ratio 3 to 5 to 5 to 7. WOP ratio is also up by 25%. So his full combo gets a lot of extra ability power. But like the thing is like, is there any actual? I mean, I guess demonic embrace. Like you could build demonic. Like there's not actually like an AP version of combo. You know? There's not legitimately an AP that I think is like real. E% damage stored alone if near ally, 13 to 45 to 40 to 50, to 15 to 47 to 42 to 50, okay? R% health damage AP ratio, 5% per 100 to 7%. Wow. Okay, so I mean AP, yeah, I mean, Tom gets a lot of
value there. Well, Rod of Ages is not a good idea. Even after Malphite, W on hit damage 30 to 90 plus 20% AP plus 10% armor to 30 to 90 plus 20% AP plus 15%. Okay, so I don't understand why Malphite is also getting a buff. Because 5% armor is actually easy on a champion like Malphite. W current damage 15 to 55 plus 30% plus 15% armor to 20 to 60 plus. Oh wow! They're giving it. Why is it getting 10% armor? E damage 60 to 200 plus 60% AP. 30%. What are they doing? It's becoming League of Tanks, man. I love it. Oh my god, the base damage being so much higher. Wow. Wow, he's getting so much damage. Oh, he's really going to become such a good counter pick. What is happening? Yumi passes cooldown 14 to 6 based on level. 18 to 6. Okay, that's fine. Our root duration 1.75 to 1.25. Okay, that's fine. But it's not why Yumi gets picked, so it doesn't matter. Okay, Syndra. W bonus damage 15% plus 1.5% per 100 to 12% plus 2% per 100 AP. So what? You need over 600 ability power before the Syndra breaks. Yeah, you need over 600. So when you have over 600, so if you go Death Cap and you reach max stacks and you have Shadow Flame and you have Ludens, you do end up getting bonus damage to her W, which is nuts. EAP ratio is down by 10%, however. Oh, okay, so they're taking the damage out. Wow. Now it makes it so that you're more dependent on all these items, and the E cooldown going up by 2 seconds is actually a big deal as well in late game fights. Mordekaiser passive procs on all monster hits, procs on large monster hits. Monster cap 100 all levels, 20 to wow. Okay. Come on, you hit damage 2.5%, 2%, okay. Trundle, there's back to it, carry down. Others, okay. Really, 2 base damage, 7190, 160. Champion is Justice. Ocident and Dr. Mundo. Where do I see these? Sunfire, combined cost down by 100. This is really good. Grabbing a Spike up, Omni Vamp people, back 4% to 0%. Stock damage 50% to 5. I still think that it does allow players to do one-shot good. So where do I see the adjustments? Alright, so updated all of Jackson's ability icons, passive, no changes, AP ratio 60%, okay. W no changes, damage 55 to 155 plus 50% bonus AD, physical damage 55 to 175 plus 4% max. So this just means that they're making it so the Jackson a little more 100% plus 100% AP max damage. Damage bonus per auto attack dodge, 20% plus damage, 20% base. Our passive damage, 140, 180, 150, 150, plus 60%, fine. And then secret passive added a fishing meter. Added visual effects, new active W animation and visual effect. Jackson is launching around him, dealing 150 to 350 plus 100% AD. Not damage made by enemies. If he hits a champion, he gains 10 to 40 plus 1% bonus AD, armor and magic plus 14 to wow. So they're making it so that he can just go very auto attack to the center and then go which is going to make Jax definitely more menacing, and that is going to make the physical pushing also a lot better. So I do think that that is good. So I don't know where the Mundo and the Constant update. Oh, here we are. Okay. So, base stats AD level 3.5 to 3, base MR 32 to 29, MR for level 2.050. So I mean, he is getting more of his 3% there. 10% self heal, 3% what's going on. Health cost is 60, health cost 5% health, 8% force health, gray health. Gray health heal, no hit, 0% to 50%. Okay. Damage shortage, gray health, 25 to 45%, 80 to 90%. Wow. Passive bonus AD, 15 to 35, 25 to 45 based on missing health. 2.5 to 4.5% max health. Removed. Instantly kill small jungle monsters. Okay. Monster number 200 to 250%. This is really good because Mundo is one of the best green smite users in the game. And he is able to beat a lot of the blue smite users. And so, like, he directly counters a lot of blue smite users. And he's very good against a lot of green smite users. And he's already one of the best green smite users in the entire game. And green smite is the best smite. It's not close. Bonus AD, missing health as max health 8 to 15% to 15 to 25%. At rank 3, both healing effects are increased by an additional 5%. Wow, that is... Okay. So the Mundo changes are definitely very good. Where's the Cossadin changes? All right, let's take a look. Wait, what? Oh, this... Shield granted on spellcast rather than when the missile leaves his hand. Small buff to make parry more reliable. That is really good, but it only affects people that have low ping. 20, and also people that play also on 144 Hz or higher monitor. 20 shield per rank, 60 to 180 to 80 to 200. I mean, it's very minor. 10% shield. The other thing is that usually Cossadin shield absorbs almost all the damage. It's kind of weird. 10% shield AP ratio, 10% shield 40 or AP ratio, 40% to... What? Spell no longer locked out and requiring nearby spellcast. Nearby spellcast reduce the cooldown by 1 second. So the cooldown is currently 5, but if there is just a flurry of abilities going off in a fight, he can just start boinking his E endlessly. Yeah? He just starts boinking his fucking E. So he's just going to start going nuts. He's going to start going nuts with his E in fights. So, like, in an actual team fight, dude, Cossadin is, like, literally turning into, like, Nightcrawler. I don't even know what on earth... Yeah, Cossadin versus Cassio is going to be hilarious. No, his E is better this way. His E is much better late game, but it does impact a lot of his early game matchups. A lot of his early game matchups where he puts points in E is definitely going to be hurt by that. But I think, in general, I mean, I think that's fine.
By the way, I was stretching my massive neck, and I popped something, and it was muscle. You said dick? Okay, what if I said, okay, let's say that you're right, and I did say dick. What does it matter? I was stretching my dick, and I popped a muscle. Your head. Give me mid. I am the real mid beast. I am the real I am the real mid beast. Give mid now. Who uses that line? I am the real mid beast. Give me mid lane. Mid beast only fan. This guy's name already looks like an iPav. Timo. Let's go to his builds. Are we gonna get a cloth armor for Timo? Yep, we are. It's for sure iPav. Most fucking boring Timo player alive. But against Timo, well, this guy doesn't even play Timo. He just builds full fucking tank and does nothing. It's so, but you can't ever kill him, so he just runs away. It's so boring. Don't reconnect. Fucking stay gone. Holy shit. Remake. Doesn't remake start at 130, by the way? Come on! Come on! A remake. There it is. Guy's healthy. Oh, that guy's banned. Is this guy calling Teemo Platinum? Bro, what's going on? League players today have been fucking crazy. They always are? Yeah, I know, but they usually keep it to themselves. Now they're fucking projecting on everybody. Kind of crazy. Like I've said it before, guys, we all have our demons. Like, you're not special. I'm sorry. You're not, like, I get it. You think your life can't get any worse, blah, 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 blah. We all have it bad, bro. Okay? We're all fighting our own fights. Stop projecting. What's your fight? I have to sit here and fucking work and read the dumbest shit you could possibly imagine by the dumbest people alive. Twitch chatters. All for 10 hours a day, 5 days a week. That's what I'm fighting. Hey, we have to sit here and come up with new dumb shit to type. It's not new dumb shit. I read the same questions every single fucking day for the last 7 years. Literally. The same questions that are being spammed 6 years ago, 7 years ago. I still, like, how many times do I read, bro, how many calories do you eat a day? What are your macros? Every single day. Over and over and over again. Like, and people that type that aren't even, like, the stupid Twitch chatters. And that's not counting the fucking imaginers. Imagine Lilia got peed on a tree, and then 5 years later it got cut, and I sat on it. Like, imagine a new T1 fan. You didn't know, and you already answered the question. Bro, you can almost anything you can find on Google or YouTube. And if it's not on there, then no. I typed macro, and a Reddit thread came up about just what about Tyler's macro is so good. So I'm reading this. Like I literally just typed in Tyler 1. Does Tyler 1 count macros? This popped up. I fucking love Reddit. I love Reddit. 2 years ago. He hit Masters on his top lane only account. I am so surprised by this because he was so hard stuck. Diamond 2/3 for hundreds of games. And suddenly goes on a 25 win streak playing a non-meta champion Cho'Gath and reaches Masters very quick. Oh, I love it when people say, oh, he's hard, like, he's hard stuck Diamond 2/3 for hundreds of games, but they don't add on stream. I love when they say that shit. Like,
30 seconds to million spare.
I have a piece of news and then a giant rant that you're gonna have to sit here and listen to me.
Okay.
Okay.
I
Ready?
signed up for that.
So did you see the nothing ear ones are going to have a price increase?
50%.
50%, baby. Yeah. So they're going from, Carl tweeted this himself.
Minions have spawned. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. An ally has been slain.
This is a really fun match actually, but it might just be that everyone's finally trying. The Lulu ult. I don't think we needed that Lulu ult, but okay. Yeah, stick around here and be stealthy. We'll get the Nami. 100% she's dead. Okay. Flash. How did he live? What? And Nami can't even get close to Varus. Did I just leave our support to die? My bad. I'm like, peace somehow. Oh shit, Felbeth coming. Wait, maybe we can. Varus doesn't have ult though. If Ornn has a good Ornn ult, otherwise it's probably dead to Akali. That's a sick Ornn ult, wow. Hit her. Oh, I hit her with Q. I hit her with Q. Oh no, 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 no! Bad day. I can't believe Taunt doesn't end that. It's so BS. Like, or Charm doesn't get Velvet out of her E. I can't believe it. Ornn is badass though. Can't beat the true damage from Kai'Sa though. Kai'Sa's passive is every 4 shot does true damage. You're never gonna beat that as a tank. That's like Kai'Sa and Vayne or some meta. They're all like straight damage. So, and they all have true damage. There's a true damage item. So they have 2 true damage items. Always going AD too. Crazy. I don't know if it's worth keeping armor, honestly. Yeah, we'll just get that, why not? Whoa. Hopefully Tryndamere. Oh, no, he doesn't have ult. He's dead. Oh, yep, dead. The dragon in 30 seconds. They're going for Baron though. I gotta stop them here. We can totally stop them. 100% can. Okay, Akali. See ya. Oh, that was good. He flashed over to get me. Oh no! That Night Harvester move speed though. She's got the oh, she went Ravenous, right? She doesn't even have Rocket Belt or Hydra. Pretty bad build, honestly. She goes for Varus, I'll just kill her. She's so afraid of the charm. Oh. That was a good number bubble. Holy crap. 3 people. I think might be able to end with this super. Oh. Oh, she's going for Ornn. Ornn already used his headbutt too, that kinda sucks. That Velvet? Yeah. Freaking murdered her. His dragon, we don't want him to get that dragon bounty. Oh, that was super good. Huge. Barret's can clean up. I don't mind eating that Nami ultimate. Wait, I kind of want the dragon though. Actually, we could just end it. Just end it, dude. Don't need Baron. Dax isn't even grouping. Over. I'll give that Tryndamere GG.
Summoners ready. 30 seconds until minions spawn.
What is it about caves that gives you that pit in your stomach? Is it the darkness, the tight squeezes, or just how easy it seems to get lost forever? In today's video, we're going to go over 3 stories that I think truly highlight all of the reasons why we find caves to be terrifying. As always, viewer discretion is advised. 10 miles south of Bloomington, Indiana is the state's 4th longest cave, Sullivan Cave. With a total mapped length of almost 10 miles, the cave is owned and managed by the Karst Conservancy and is not an ordinary tourist cave despite its size. Groups wanting to explore it have to apply to enter and are recommended to be expert or advanced cavers because of its difficulty. Because of its size as well, the tunnels are not well lit and you have to have all of the proper equipment like lights and padding to explore safely. Sullivan Cave has been known about since at least the 1800s because of markings that have been found in a room known as Backroom. This is a room that is essentially just a narrow tunnel, so low that you could crawl through it. But, despite a few squeezes, this cave is actually massive. The largest room in the cave is known as the Colossus Room, and this massive chamber is 120 feet high and 200 feet long. In fact, in 1962, after a large area of the cave had already been mapped, another 2,000 feet of new passages were discovered in a single trip. Then, 4 months later, a further 8,000 more feet were discovered, along with 8 large chambers. Unfortunately, over the years, vandalism became a problem, so in the 1990s, a large gate was put up at the cave entrance. From then on, any group wanting to enter the cave had to unlock a door on the way in and then lock the door behind them to ensure no one else could enter. In 2017, 19-year-old Lucas joined the caving club at Indiana University because he thought it looked like a fun way to meet people. Then in September, the club organized a visit to Sullivan Cave, which, despite its difficulties, was good for beginners provided they had an experienced guide. On the 17th, Lucas and 11 other members of the club, including one staff member, drove to the parking lot of the cave. Before they got out, Lucas took off his jacket and left in the car. Then he picked up his bag with his water and some snacks, and then they all headed for the entrance. They reached the gate at about 10:30 a.m., and then the staff member unlocked the gate and all 12 entered the cave. The first thing they did was divide into 2 groups, and then they set off explorers for almost 3 hours in the expansive chamber. On the way back, as they got to the backbreaker section, Lucas was not having a good time, so instead he decided to just rush through it and catch up with the other group that was now in front of his group. As he quickly moved through the tunnels, he missed a narrow opening that led to the exit and accidentally headed into a different section. Upon realizing that he made a mistake, he decided to wait where he was so he wouldn't get lost further. Then, after waiting for about a half an hour, no one came to get him, and he couldn't hear anyone calling his name. So getting impatient, he searched around for a bit and found some arrow markings that seemed to point in the direction of the exit. He followed them and eventually saw a light off in the distance, which thankfully was the exit. But, as he got closer, he didn't see anyone else. Then when he got right to the gate, he realized the gate was locked. And not only was it locked, when he yelled out for the others, no one came to get him. What he didn't know is that they had already left and they didn't even know he was missing. Now about 3 p.m. or so, Lucas wasn't all that worried. Someone had to realize he was gone, and as soon as they did, they would come get him. He quickly took inventory of his stuff, which was just 2 clippings, 2 empty bottles, and his phone. Next, he checked his phone and saw that he had no reception, but he could hear some cars from a road nearby. Without any other options, Lucas just started yelling for help, but he would go on to call for help for 6 to 8 hours, and as the day went on and it got darker and darker, it finally dawned on him that they must not have realized that he was missing. It sent a twinge of panic running down his body. If they didn't know he was missing, how long would it be until someone was at the cave next? As the night went on, bats started to come through the cave entrance, and knowing that they could possibly carry rabies, Lucas went deeper into the cave to find some place to sleep for the night. Eventually, he was able to fall asleep where he would spend a long, cold night. On the second day, Lucas went over to the entrance once again and waited desperately for him to see something. By this point, he was starting to get very thirsty and very hungry. He had eaten his 2 Cliff Bars, and he had already been out of water since the day prior. Tragically, to pass the time, he wrote goodbye letters to his family in case he wasn't found until it was too late. Then in the evening of the second day, his phone battery died as well. In the damp, cold cave, he walked around to stay warm, and as his thirst got worse, he resorted to licking the cave walls for any moisture he could find. Then finally, he went to sleep again for another brutal night. When he woke up on the third day, now over 48 hours into his ordeal, he was desperately thirsty and he could feel himself getting weaker by the second. Without having eaten in so long, it was also increasingly difficult to stay warm. He was getting so hungry that he even considered eating the crickets inside the cave. As the evening drew closer, Lucas curled up into the fetal position and waited silently. Then, he thought he saw a light. Initially, not sure if he was dreaming, he took a closer look. When the light was still there, he ran up to the gate and watched as one of the caving club leaders walked quickly toward him with the key. This also happened to be the person who had locked him in there 3 days prior. After unlocking the gate, the leader, who was also an EMT, did a quick medical check on Lucas and found that he was in surprisingly good condition for having spent the last 60 hours in the cave. The rescuers then asked Lucas if he wanted to go to the hospital, but Lucas replied that he just wanted to go back to his room. In a classy mood, Lucas collected all of his garbage that he had with him, which also inadvertently let rescuers know that his mental state was still intact. Otherwise, they might have insisted on bringing him to the hospital. An investigation into the events found that despite a pre-entry head count and a buddy-buddy system, Lucas was missed upon exiting the cave. Because the people in the club weren't all that familiar with one another, they also didn't realize he was missing. It wasn't until that third day that his clothing was found inside one of the vehicles that they realized someone was missing. Lucas, again a class act, later stated that he actually felt bad for the person who had accidentally locked him in there. Clearly, it had been an accident, even if it was one that could have gone much worse. First explored in 1941 by expert caver Bob Leakey, the Mossdale Caverns are located in Yorkshire Dales National Park in England. This limestone cave system contains over 10 kilometers of underground tunnels and passages, and a round trip through the entire system can take between 8 and 10 hours. This cave also has a fearsome reputation in the caving community because it has a ton of passageways that are only big enough to crawl through and others where you're neck deep in water. Because of this, it has an official UK rating of 5 on the cave difficulty scale, which is the highest rating a cave can receive. It also has a river that runs through it called the Mossdale Beck that flows into the mouth of the cave and then just disappears. Using dye to color the water, scientists know that the water re-emerges 4 kilometers away and 738 vertical feet lower, but the actual connecting route has never been discovered. That connection is considered one of the greatest mysteries in the caving community. On June 24, 1967, a group of 10 entered the Mossdale Caverns with the hopes of completing exploration of the cave to try to find the legendary connection between the opening of the cave and where it emerged at the opening, known as Black Kelt. And although the cave had been mapped extensively by that point, there were still several areas that seemed to be the most likely to hold the elusive extension they were seeking. In particular, their goal was to reach an area known as Stream End to blast some of the boulders that blocked potentially unexplored areas. At around 2 p.m., the group entered the cave and split into 2 groups. The first group comprised 6 very experienced cavers who also brought equipment with them for their long journey to Stream End. And then group 2 was 4 less experienced cavers who were just making a sightseeing trip as far as an area known as the Rough Chamber. There had been some rain in the area in the few days prior, but the quantity of water flowing into the cave was well below normal, which was perfect for their trip. The forecast for the day was mostly sunny with a chance of thundery showers in the evening, but nothing that would have been concerning for the group. At around 5 p.m., after exploring the rough chambers, the group of 4 returned back to the surface to an overcast sky and some light rain. They then left the cave and went back to the area they were staying to have some food and get changed. At around 7:30 p.m., one of those members returned to the entrance of the cave to find that despite the rain, the water levels were unchanged. With that reassurance, she once again returned back to the place they were staying for the night. Under the surface, the men passed through several easier sections before coming to their first real challenge, known as Farm Marathon. Now, based on all of the caving content I've covered, Farm Marathon seems like one of the most challenging sections mentally of any cave, because it's a tunnel that is 900 feet long and just 10 inches high by 2 feet wide. On top of having to crawl through the passage for a very long time in those claustrophobic conditions, the Mossdale Caverns have water flowing through them at various speeds in the various sections of the cave. This passageway has water flowing through the bottom of it, so in addition to crawling along their stomachs, they would literally be pulling themselves through water the entire time. But these men were cavers, this is what they lived for, and it would bring them to their destination, so they crawled onward. Then, about midway through Farm Marathon, the men would have heard a faint sound off in the distance. Probably not thinking much of it, the men would have crawled onward. The narrow passageway meant that they were forced in one direction, even if they wanted to turn around. Then they might have noticed that the water beneath their stomachs was moving faster, and that the light rumbling in the distance might have begun to sound more like a roar. Mossdale Caverns is also fearsome in the caving community because it has a tendency to flood. Back on the surface, the light rain had turned into a torrential downpour, and in the course of just a few hours, inches of rain had fallen. That same group member who had come to check out the cave earlier hurriedly returned to the cave entrance at 9 p.m. to find that where the entrance had been just a few hours earlier, there is now a swirling lake. The entire entrance was now submerged in water. She ran as fast as she could 2 miles to a nearby farm and called the police. By 11 p.m., the cave rescue had begun. Because of the number of caves in the surrounding area, the rescuers were very used to cave rescues, but the Mossdale Caverns were different. The size and water flowing into them meant that the local rescuers couldn't do it alone. They had to call a larger cave rescue organization for help. Within hours, hundreds of rescuers and other volunteers were at the scene. To stop the flow of water, the rescuers had to dig a massive diversion ditch. Then after diverting the water, they had to build a dam to block the flow entirely. By the following morning, between the dam, diversion ditch, and 19 fire pumps, the water levels began to fall. And although the dam was shaky and needed constant repairs, a search team descended into the cave. They crawled with pits in their stomachs and found floodwater everywhere. Eventually, they reached the rough chamber and were able to peer over the ledge and see deeper into the cave. Hours earlier, the men crawled as fast as they could. The water flowed stronger and stronger beneath them until they eventually had a hard time keeping their heads out of the water. They frantically tried to reach the end of Far Marathon in hopes of a passageway that would offer them refuge from the surging water. A man named John Ogden was in the front of the group and was the most experienced caver among them. Recognizing the gravity of the situation and seeing no end of the tunnel in sight, he found a crack in the ceiling into it. But the crack was tiny, there was no room for anyone else, and as John wedged himself further into the crack, he likely would have known that all 5 of the cavers, his friends, were drowning just a few feet below him. And eventually, the crack he was in also filled with water, and John succumbed to the same fate as the others. Hours later in the rough chamber, as the rescuers looked deeper into the cave, they saw that the passageways were still entirely submerged in water. This was already the afternoon of June 25th, 24 hours since the 6 had entered the cave, and 12 hours since the rescue had been launched. Unfortunately, we'll never know exactly when the 6 died because no one is able to remember the events. However, it's likely that by the time the rescuers even entered the cave, the men had been dead for hours. Then at 5:40 p.m., the rescuers found 5 of the 6 men, all deceased. That evening, exhausted rescuers decided it was unlikely the 6th man had survived Ogden and postponed the remaining search until the following day. Then on Monday, June 26th, more rain delayed rescue efforts once again. Then finally, on Tuesday, June 27th, John Ogden's body was discovered in a crack in Far Marathon. Unfortunately, despite finding the bodies, officials deemed the rescue to be too dangerous to attempt, and so the cave was sealed with them inside. 3 years later, friends and family managed to move the bodies to a new area of the cave, safe from floods, now named the Sanctuary. Today, the Mossdale Caverns disaster remains the worst in UK history.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Gauteng is a province in South Africa that's known for its mineral-rich land and accounts for around a quarter of the total mineral production in the country. In the late 1890s, limestone miners in an area northwest of Johannesburg uncovered several fossils that looked to be human remains. Except, when the fossils were examined more closely, they seemed off. The miners then brought this to the attention of scientists, who started a formal exploration of the area for any more remains. Then in the 1930s, serious excavation of the area began as more and more resources were allocated to the discovery. As more work was done, they realized these were not human remains. These were actually remains of some of the earliest human ancestors, known as Australopithecus. These discoveries would later lead to an entire area being named Australopithecus because of the numerous prehistoric remains found in that small area. Some of these fossils have been dated to be over 2 million years old, which are some of the oldest to have ever been discovered. Part of the reason that so many fossils have been discovered in that area is because of the caves in that area that act as a shelter. These offered a refuge that preserved the remains from animals and weather that might have otherwise disappeared quickly. And since that initial discovery, significant paleontology work has been done in the area in the last century. In addition to the scientific work, the caves have become a massive tourist attraction. Because they're only 45 minutes from the largest city in South Africa, tours come every 30 minutes, 7 days a week. Each of these tours goes down to the cave known as the Sterkfontein Cave, giving tourists a close-up of the wildlife, the rock formations, and even an underground lake. As with many limestone caves, water runs through the rock and carves out deep, winding tunnels in random directions. The Sterkfontein caves in particular look almost like a massive spiderweb because of how the tunnels branch out in all directions. Many of them are completely submerged in water and are in pitch-black darkness because they're far from the entrance where anyone can reach them. And woven into these tours is the harrowing tale of Peter Verhoeven. On September 29, 1984, Peter and 2 friends arrived at the cave to do some scuba diving in the underground lake. They each had a single aqualung, which is a type of scuba set, and a single light, and didn't require much else because of the depth of the water they would be going into. The 3 of them then entered the lake and began exploring the spiderweb of tunnels. Peter was the least experienced with this. For some reason, he kept letting go of the line and exploring side passages as they went. Now, in cave diving, the golden rule is to never enter a cave without a guideline. In addition to that, you're never supposed to let go of the guideline while you're in there, because generally, these limestone caves are impossible to navigate. There's no rhyme or reason to the way the water carves out the tunnel. If you don't have a line to find your way out, the chance of getting lost is incredibly high. Each time Peter went off the line, his friends went to grab him, but on the 3rd time he let go of the line, his friends didn't see where he went. Then they went to search for him and found no trace of him. Soon, not wanting to go too far off the line themselves, they had to abandon their search van and go get help. Meanwhile, after exploring briefly, Peter searched for the way back and realized that he was lost. He frantically searched for the tunnel back to the line, but very quickly realized he had made a huge mistake. If he didn't find a way out, he would eventually run out of gas and then drown. He continued to search around desperately, looking for the way back, when miraculously, he stumbled on an air pocket. And inside of this air pocket, there was actually even a small sandy island at the end of a tunnel. So Peter climbed up onto the island and figured out what to do next. At the very least, now he wouldn't run out of gas and drown, but because his air supply was limited and because he had no idea where to go, he would have to wait until help came to get him. And thankfully, his friends had been on the line when he last saw them. They would definitely go get authorities and then help would come. Peter just had to wait. And Peter did wait. He waited first until he got tired. When he was tired enough, he fell asleep for the night, but when he woke up, help still hadn't arrived. Then Peter waited the entire next day, and still no help came. Then the next day, and then an entire week had gone by as Peter sat in this pitch black room deep under the earth. Meanwhile, authorities